Chapter 34. Noon Pei Ziyun stood in the courtyard chanting. This 100 beasts dance was very similar to the ways of keeping fit. His movements were slow, and anyone who saw him would think that he was a scholar. These few rounds were different from the previous days when he was drenched in sweat. Now he only felt warm and thought to himself, "My body is finally completely healthy." Martial cultivators focus on the physical body. The Taoists told me about the 10 stages, and that's what they meant. The first and second stages are healthy. The third and fourth stages are qi. If I were to translate this into martial arts, it would be internal energy. It's a pity that this stage requires spiritual roots. Everyone in this world has spiritual roots, big or small, good or bad. But I'm stuck at this stage. But this internal energy isn't that miraculous and can't be extraordinary. At this stage, I'll be able to eat a few bowls of rice and a few pounds of meat. At the 5th or 6th stage, I'll be able to strengthen my body, and my stamina will double that of an ordinary person. I'll be able to sleep for 4 hours a day and still be full of energy. I'll even be able to sleep with several women at night. At the 7th or 8th stage, I'll be able to wield great strength. I'll be able to pull a heavy bow and lift a huge rock. When I wear armor, I'll be able to charge in and out of battle. At the 90th stage, I'll be able to be gentle. In my previous life, it was similar to the light and dark energy in novels. If I don't use it, I'll be able to reach 100 years old and become an immortal. At the 10th stage, I'll be able to enter the Tao realm. Even if I don't have spiritual roots, I'll still be able to learn Tao art. In addition, my body is still young, and hasn't leaked any yang energy. My improvement is rapid, and I'm already at the 2nd stage. But going too far is as bad as not going far enough. Today's training would end here. He then took out some pills and drank some rice wine, feeling extremely carefree. At this point, Chen Yuan had arrived early. When he saw Pei Ziyun changing his clothes, he hurriedly welcomed him. "Lead the way." Pei Ziyun held a fan in his hand and waved it around, looking extremely confident. Chen Yuan lowered his head and smiled as he led the way. After 100 steps out of the county, they arrived at the dam. The air beside the river was fresh. Looking out from the dam, the nearby villages could be seen. They were built row upon row. At this time, everyone was busy. Even the women and children at home were making straw mats, weaving fishing nets, weaving gauze, and not a single one of them was idle. But this was the life of a village. Fortunately, after the chaos of war, the population was small and the land was plentiful. The common people worked hard and could feed themselves with food and clothing. Therefore, everyone looked happy and happy. After a few more years, when the population increases and the land becomes unusable, this atmosphere will no longer exist. After the middle of the dynasty, neighbors and relatives will often fall out with each other because of land dispute. They arrived at a village and arrived in front of a house. They heard the clear voice of someone reading, "The way of great learning lies in being virtuous, in being close to the people, and in being virtuous. Only after knowing when to stop will one be able to compose oneself. After composing oneself, one can be at peace. After peace, one can think. After thinking, one can obtain." Pei Ziyun stopped in his tracks and looked at the shop. "Is it this shop?" "Yes, it's the previous dynasty's high scholar Gao clan. They're in dire straits now. Husband, I'll go and ask around," Chen Yuan said politely. The scholar and the old mother were dressed in patched clothes, and lived in mud houses. Their home was obviously very poor. However, Chen Yuan had already gone in to retrieve it, and was now listening to the conversation going on inside. "Not selling, not selling. This is an ancestral book. How can we sell it? Son, if you want to sell it, you'll have to step over my dead body." The scholar was still tempted, but was stopped by an old mother. "Who's this?" "Oh, he wants to buy the Gao family's book. He offered 800 coins, but he's not selling it." "Aya, he wants to become an elementary scholar." Selling his ancestor's book isn't a good sign. No wonder he's not selling it. The villagers started to discuss amongst themselves, and started to stray from the topic. Husband, you've seen it. The Gao family refuses to sell it. What should we do? He had already seen the book. Although it was quite a distance away, he could feel the plum blossom and knew that there was indeed a legacy within. He then thought to himself, legacies are hard to find. I've already gone to many houses, but none of them had any. Even if they did, it's either of low quality and useless to me, or they refuse to sell it. But the more it's like this, the more I can't be too hasty. The original owner was too hasty, and people were able to find a flaw in him. He then waved his fan and said, "This young master doesn't care about this house. There are so many old books in the world. Return it to him. Come, let's go to the next house. Yes, I've found another house in this village. Young master, let's go and take a look. If there's nothing, we'll have to try our luck in another village." Pei Ziyun followed after them. Before long, he heard Chen Yuan's voice, "Husband, this is the 5th house." He then led Pei Ziyun forward, and saw a huge house in front of them. The house looked rather old and run down, but there was a lion at the door. The door was painted red, and there were 2 wooden plaques on the pillars. One look and Pei Ziyun could tell that this was the house of an official. Pei Ziyun looked at this and felt strange. Who was selling their ancestors' book in this house? Chen Yuan then led Pei Ziyun to a side and said, "The house we're going to is a house with a glorious ancestor. They were once the top 2 grand scholars of the previous dynasty, and were promoted to the position of assistant minister. It was just that after the war, the house was completely ruined, and only a few acres of land were left in the house. The house we passed just now was the house of this house. It's just that it doesn't belong to this house anymore, and was sold to someone else. Look, that's where they live now." Following Chen Yuan's line of sight, Pei Ziyun saw a few thatched cottages. When he got closer, he realized that the cottages were surrounded by a bamboo fence. An old woman was tending to the vegetables in the garden. Within the fence there were onions, garlic, vegetables, carrots, etc. The old woman was tending to the vegetables, weeding the weeds and removing the pests. At this point, the sound of reading could be heard coming from within the house. It was repeated several times before it changed to a new sentence. When Pei Ziyun heard it, his heart sank. Chen Yuan walked up and shouted, Zhang Xing, I have a good deal to sell to you. Come out quickly. If you miss this opportunity, you might not get another one." The voice from within the house paused for a moment before it became solemn, as if it was repressed. Chen Yuan looked like he knew who it was, and walked up to it. He pushed the door open and shouted to a scholar inside, "Hey, Scholar Zhang, why don't you speak? If you're willing, take out a book and let Master Pei take a look." Master Pei is a scholar too, and is well versed in both literature and martial arts. Just a few days ago, he came up with a plan to exterminate the Black Wind sect. He loves literature, especially books written by his own hands. He's been looking for them everywhere. Your family has a book written by a grand scholar. If you're willing, you can sell it to Master Pei. Master Pei is generous, and will not mistreat you. As Chen Yuan spoke, he heard a sigh from within. Zhang Xing wasn't young, he was around 30 years old. He was dressed in a long robe, and his clothes were dirty and patched. His hair was a mess, and there were dark circles under his eyes. He looked like he had stayed up all night studying. At this point, he looked conflicted and hesitated. Chen Yuan stepped forward and said, "Scholar Zhang, think about how long it's been since your mother has eaten meat. Think about the amount of money you need to take the examinations. You're not willing to sell your book, and you're not willing to do anything. You're relying on your mother to make a living. What if you were to become an elementary scholar?" Zhang Xing's mouth twitched as if he wanted to say something, but he couldn't. When he was young, the world was in chaos. When peace came, he failed the imperial examinations twice, and his family was in dire straits. Zhang Xing sighed and raised 2 fingers. Chen Yuan was overjoyed and said, "Scholar, you're willing? 2 taels of silver is just right." Zhang Xing's face turned red. "It's 20 taels of silver. If I don't have 20 taels of silver, I won't sell it. You have to know that this is a book written by a Han Lin of the previous dynasty. If I don't have this amount, I won't sell it." Hearing this scholar asking for a sky-high price, Chen Yuan scolded him. "What a poor scholar. Do you know that 20 taels of silver is a huge sum of money? That's the price of 2 mu of paddy fields. What you have here is just a book. What makes it worth 2 mu of paddy fields?" No matter how much Chen Yuan tried to persuade him, Zhang Xing would only agree to a price of 2 taels of silver. Any lower and he wouldn't sell it. This caused Chen Yuan to be at a loss as to what to do. Pei Ziyun had heard this long ago and asked, "This scholar isn't willing to sell it?" Chen Yuan was a little crestfallen. This scholar is willing to sell it, but he said that this book was written by a Han Lin of the previous dynasty. Furthermore, it's written by a Han Lin, and it's worth at least 20 taels of silver. No matter how I tried to persuade him, he would only agree to a price of 2 taels. 20 taels of silver? After being in this world for a long time, he knew the value of 20 taels of silver. Pei Ziyun couldn't help but laugh. Actually, if a Han Lin's book was popular, it could fetch such a price as well. However, if it was an outdated Han Lin's book, it wouldn't be worth that much. However, I've heard the name before. Zhang Xing. I remember that in the next imperial examinations, this person will become an elementary scholar. Besides, if a Han Lin's book has a legacy, how can 20 taels of silver not be worth it? I can form a good relationship with him. Thinking this way, he then said, "Go and ask Zhang Xing to bring the book over. If it's suitable, we can discuss further." Chen Yuan went in and spoke. Before long, a middle-aged man came out. His clothes were patched up and his hair was messy. He held a book in his hands. Zhang Xing walked in front of Pei Ziyun and saw how young Pei Ziyun was. A look of envy flashed across his eyes. He handed the book over to Pei Ziyun. The words on the cover were square, as though they had been engraved. Pei Ziyun took a look at the book. At this point, the plum blossom petals moved. This book was indeed the legacy. He was overjoyed, but maintained his composure. He then bowed to Zhang Xing. "So it's Brother Zhang. I've heard of your name in my village. As for the price of this book..." Pei Ziyun purposely paused and looked around the hut. Brother Zhang is indeed poor. Zhang Xing had a complicated look on his face, as though he was ashamed. He then said, "Your ancestor was a Han Lin, and yet this book is worth it. How about I offer 30 taels?" Hearing this, Chen Yuan and Zhang Xing were shocked. They had only heard of people trying to lower the price, and never heard of someone trying to increase the price. After some time, Zhang Xing came to his senses. 20 taels of silver was already an exorbitant price, much less 30 taels. His face was flushed red as he said, "How can this be? How can this be?" Pei Ziyun sighed. "Zhang Han Lin is a righteous man, and I admire him a lot. Since I've invited his book, I can learn from him day and night. Here's 30 taels, Brother Zhang, please accept it. With Brother Zhang's talent, you won't stay in this hut for long. Sooner or later, you'll be able to learn from him." As he said this, he took out 3 banknotes, each worth 10 taels of silver. Zhang Xing's face turned red. He didn't want to accept the banknotes. However, looking at his mother's frail body, his eyes turned red, and tears started to roll down his cheeks. He then said, "Brother Pei's benevolence is beyond words. I'm ashamed to accept it." Pei Ziyun clasped his hands in respect and handed over the banknote. He took the letter from the Hanlin Academy and was overjoyed. Even though the Hanlin Academy of the previous dynasty belonged to the previous dynasty, he was still a genuine grand scholar. Entering the Hanlin Academy meant that his knowledge was extraordinary. The two of them bowed respectfully and left. Chen Yuan's face was filled with envy. Pei Ziyun then had an idea and said, Chen Yuan, you've done a good job. I shall give you another task. Assist my mother in finding me some fields in the countryside. It would be best if they were all grouped together. When I'm satisfied, I shall reward you accordingly." As he said this, he tossed over a piece of silver. "This is 2 taels of silver. It's your reward for this task. If you work for me, I will not mistreat you." Chen Yuan was overjoyed as he received the silver. He then lowered his head and said to Pei Ziyun, "I dare not to work for young master." Chapter 35. Midnight. Occasionally, he would look up and see the stars in the sky. Most of the time, he could only see 2 lanterns leading the way. He crossed the bridge and entered through the door. The main hall was high up under the starry night sky. On both sides of the hall, there were guards with swords hanging from their waists. Second grade first grand scholar Zhang Zhigong sings his name. The man who was kneeling on the floor stood up, his vision blurring. He opened the golden book and announced, 11th year of the imperial examinations, first grade first grand scholar Chao Wenlin. First grade second grand scholar Yin Mingtang. First grade third grand scholar Qian Min. Following the announcement, the grand scholars entered one by one. They took 3 steps, knelt down 3 times and kowtowed 9 times. After a while, someone stood up and read, "Grand Scholar Chao Wenlin is bestowed the title of Grand Scholar. Long live the Emperor, long live the Emperor!" After an unknown period of time, all the grand scholars kowtowed in unison. "Ah!" Pei Ziyun awoke from his slumber and looked around him. He saw that the sunlight was shining through the window. The quiet streets from last night were now bustling with activity. Beside the window, a sparrow was chirping. After some time, he heard the sound of someone coming down the stairs next door. Pei Ziyun slowly regained his senses and massaged his temples. After some time, he laughed bitterly and mumbled, "Pei Ziyun, you underestimate the heroes of this world." Zhang Zhigong, courtesy name Zhongjin, was initiated at the Zhang clan temple at the age of 5. He passed the county examinations at the age of 16, passed the provincial examinations at the age of 19, and became a scholar at the age of 25. He entered the Imperial Academy and was promoted to the position of Assistant Minister of Rites. Due to his incompetence in military affairs, he was dismissed from his post. He returned to his hometown 3 years later and died of illness. These simple historical records gave Pei Ziyun a huge impact. Although this book was written when he returned to his hometown and was filled with literary thoughts, the rest of it was not easy to accept. Although the plum blossom is good, if one's body is not strong enough, and accepts it a few more times, one's mind might break. Pei Ziyun sighed to himself. Last night, he returned to his room at the inn and ordered that no one was to disturb him. When he entered his room, he placed the book under his pillow. After much experience, he lay down and closed his eyes. Not long after, he fell into a dreamland. It was different from the last time when he absorbed the Tao thought. This time it was very smooth. In his dream, he studied hard, was taught by a famous teacher, passed the imperial examination at a young age, became a jinshi at a young age, and fought in the imperial court all his life. In his later years, he was dismissed and returned to his hometown, disheartened. When he woke up, tens of years had passed, and he had no idea who he was. Although he was lost for a short while, it was enough to scare him. However, although there was a price, there was a lot of gain. Pei Ziyun stood up. Although he was a young man, he had a certain aura about him that was hard to describe. He could only sigh. The Plum Blossom sect is truly a tyrannical force. Others have spent tens of years working hard, but I only needed a single night and a dream. Although I only have a tenth of Assistant Minister Zhang's abilities, it is enough for me to pass the grand examinations. It's no wonder that the original owner of the body was able to cross the threshold even after such a long period of time. Young Master Xie, on the other hand, was able to break through the restrictions and become the first immortal Tao Lord. All sorts of emotions from the past were brewing at this moment. It would be uncomfortable if he didn't spit them out. Thus, he ground the ink and wrote the article. He felt his chest filled with excitement and vigor. When he finished writing, he laughed heartily. When he was done laughing, the ink dried and he retrieved a scroll. He then walked out. It's time to meet the mentor. Once he walked out of the shop, he would be on the long street. There were too many shops for his eyes to take in. Pei Ziyun headed straight for the bookstore. Not only did the bookstore have books, there were also brushes, ink stones and paper. He bought a stack of paper, an ink stone and a brush and ink stone. All in all, he had the 4 treasures of the study. The price was neither expensive nor cheap. Although the mentor was upright, he wasn't so lacking in emotional intelligence. If he were to reject this, he would be selling his name. After choosing, he headed straight for the mentor's house. Slow River County, mentor's house. The courtyard wasn't very big. It was a small corridor with 3 main rooms and 5 side rooms. It was a rare holiday and the mentor was talking to someone. Actually, the mentor's face was fair, and his facial features were regular. He had a long beard, but his stern expression made him seem a little unapproachable. At this point, he was talking about poetry. There was a plate of salted peanuts on the table, and a plate of chicken. The mentor was sitting beside the table, and it was the mentor. The mentor had his own ranking. Although he was only of the 9th rank, and the mentor was not of the same rank, he was still a knowledgeable person. They had known each other for a long time. At this point, they were talking about the recent elementary scholars. When the topic of Pei Ziyun came up, the mentor said, "This person's words are experienced, and his words are clear. It wasn't luck that he was able to pass the examinations. From what I can see, his ranking can be raised." The mentor stroked his beard and looked at his old friend. It was said that the mentor had to be a high scholar before he could become a high scholar. Most of these mentors were elementary scholars who had failed for a long time. No wonder he agreed. He shook his head. "You're right. This person's words are clear, and his words are penetrating. However, he has a fatal weakness. The reason he was able to pass was because the examiner cherished his talent, and could not bear to dismiss him." The mentor was taken aback and asked, "Would you like to hear more about it?" Loneliness. Amidst the flowery words, there is a hint of sadness in them. Just based on his talent alone, he was able to attain the top rank in the examinations. The Great Su dynasty has just been established, and we want to establish a new era of prosperity. The way he wrote these words, if not for the examiner's appreciation, he could have been dismissed. Although he is talented, becoming a high scholar is no small matter. I'm afraid it will be difficult for him to succeed," the mentor said. The mentor was also an old elementary scholar. After hearing these words, he was startled. His heart felt empty, but he was at a loss. After a long time, he smiled bitterly and said, "I see." He then continued, "This person was highly recommended in the previous examinations. It was said that the examiner said that he had the qualifications to become a high scholar. However, his resentment is a taboo in the imperial court. I'm sure he lost his father at a young age, and his family's circumstances are poor. It's inevitable that he would be resentful. But he's still young, and became an elementary scholar. I'm sure he'll recover after a few years." The mentor took a sip of tea and said slowly, "I hope so. But it's hard to change a person's nature." Before he could finish his sentence, an old servant came in and whispered something. When the mentor heard this, he laughed. "I was talking about this person. He's here. Let him in." It turned out that a few minutes ago, Pei Ziyun had arrived at the wooden door and knocked. An old servant opened the door. Pei Ziyun reported to the old servant and entered. He saw that there were only 2 people in the room. There was a table, a plate of peanuts, a plate of vegetables, and a small pot of wine. Greetings to the mentor, greetings to the mentor. The mentor then said plainly, "Ah, you're here." Seeing that Pei Ziyun was carrying things, his face turned stern. "You're here to buy things from my house. Hurry up and take them back." Pei Ziyun pretended to be apologetic. "I passed the imperial examinations. Technically speaking, the mentor is a disciple. It's just that I wasn't sensible in the past, and didn't have the chance to visit you. Today I've made up for it. It's just 4 things, please forgive me." When the mentor heard this, his face darkened. He was about to lecture him again when the mentor laughed. "That's human nature. Don't tell me you don't even accept a student's greeting?" Since the mentor had spoken, the mentor couldn't just reject him. He then asked a few questions and said, "The fall examinations are just around the corner. Why aren't you at home studying? Instead, you're wandering around. What are you doing?" These words were harsh to the ears. Pei Ziyun thought to himself, "He's really an old scholar." As he thought this, he smiled. "Recently, I've been studying and had some insights. I've written an essay, and would like to ask the mentor to correct me." As he said this, he handed it over to the mentor. The mentor received it and read the first few sentences without much thought. When he read the last few sentences, his expression changed. After some time, he put it down and said to Pei Ziyun, "This essay is not bad. I'll take a look at it tonight. There will be an essay session in a few days. Come early, I have something to tell you." Pei Ziyun was overjoyed and agreed to it. Seeing that the mentor didn't speak, he stood up and left. When Pei Ziyun left, the mentor shouted, "Bring me some old wine and drink it with this essay." The mentor was curious. "Why is it like this?" "Read it," the mentor said as he took the essay from him. At first, the mentor was taken aback, but when he read it, his expression changed. His hands trembled. "Unbelievable! That's right. This person's essay already had some elegance to it. It was pure and righteous. It's just that it was filled with resentment and resentment. It's not suitable for the founding of a nation. That's why I said it would be difficult for him to pass the high scholar exam. But this essay, the Inchi, has been swept away. The elegance of the essay has gained the upper hand. His thoughts are deep and sincere, and his strokes are clear and elegant. It's like the sun rising from the east. It's the essence of ancient literature." As the mentor said this, a few strands of his beard broke off, but he didn't notice. Since the mentor was like this, the mentor was even worse. This was the mentor's dream of attaining this level. How many years of hard work had he been trying to get close to it, but he had never achieved it. As he read it, his entire body trembled. It doesn't make sense for such a talented person to not pass the high scholar exam. I haven't seen him for a month, and he's changed so much. Is this really a gift from the heavens? As he said this, the mentor started tearing up. Could it be that the difference between a genius and a mediocre person was so huge? Was this high scholar exam really not something an ordinary person could aspire to? For a moment, he didn't know what to feel as he lost his composure. The mentor looked at him and understood his feelings. He waited for the mentor to calm down before saying, "Look, even the handwriting is in the Gyuj style. Although looking at it yourself, the Gyuj style doesn't have much color to it, but the handwriting is neat and tidy. It's meticulous, serious and meticulous. No examiner would dislike it. This increases the chances of him passing the high scholar exam by a few notches. This person's thoughts run deep." The mentor spoke with mixed feelings as he downed the wine in one gulp. When the mentor saw this, he downed the entire cup as well. He even choked a little and started coughing. When he was done coughing, he forced a smile and asked, "Do you think this person can pass the high scholar exam?" "My old friend, you should know that after I passed the imperial examinations, I went to the capital city 3 times to take the examinations, but failed every single time. The great Su dynasty was established, and the scholars flourished and the military retreated. Although I was a high scholar of the previous dynasty, I was given an official position, and became a teacher in the county. Although I didn't pass the exam these 3 times, I managed to comprehend some of the high scholars' essays. In the capital city, there are many collections of essays written by high scholars. From what I've seen, even for a high scholar's essay, it's not 80 to 90% complete, but it's at least 60 to 70% complete. As he spoke up to this point, even the mentor was in disbelief. He mumbled, "This person is only 15 years old, and yet he has such a level of skill. Could it be that he's gifted by the heavens?" The mentor calmed down and shook his head. "The dynasty has just been established. Just like what you've said, the rise of the high scholar exam and the fall of the high scholar exam is the general trend. Perhaps it's a gift from the heavens. If this person were to pass the high scholar exam, he would have a bright future ahead of him." Both of them understood the meaning behind these words. The dynasty had just been established, and the official positions were vacant. At this point in time, it would be easy to ascend. Chapter 36. North Sangsang Village, Little East River. Chen Yuan and Pei Ziyun walked along the river for a distance before Chen Yuan stopped and pointed. "Husband, it's not difficult for you to buy a piece of land. But it's not easy to buy a piece of land. Every family's land is intertwined with each other. It's very troublesome to buy a piece of land. But look, this Little East River was once attacked by pirates, causing the population to dwindle. However, the land here is good. If you use the water to irrigate the land, it will be a high-quality paddy field. Husband, you can take this opportunity to buy this land. The current price is only 3 taels of silver per mu." Pei Ziyun looked at this and nodded his head. This Chen Yuan is indeed talented and lucky. Originally, after a few years, the government officials repaired the embankment and planted willows all over the land. The land nearby was then irrigated with water. The price then rose to 10 taels of silver per mu. If you want to cultivate the land, you can pay tax for the first 2 years, and the 3rd year you can pay taxes. Who would have thought that Chen Yuan would be able to see through this? His mother was a woman after all, and thus had many inconveniences in this society. Pei Ziyun then said, "All right, take my name card and go to the county to buy this piece of land." "Husband, how much land should I buy?" Chen Yuan was eager to try. "Since the price is so cheap, I shall buy 500 mu of land. Give 50 mu of land to the clan temple," Pei Ziyun said plainly. The clan's land was the property of the entire clan. It was used for the clan's studies, sacrifices, and for the poor of the clan. This was the right thing to do in this era. "Husband, this Little East River has 3,000 mu of land." Chen Yuan was somewhat unwilling. But he closed his fan and pointed. "Idiot, I'm just an elementary scholar and not a high scholar. Even if I were a high scholar, I would not be able to monopolize this land. If I were to take all 3,000 mu of land under my own name, even if I'm a high scholar, even the county leader would be jealous of me. This would cause unnecessary trouble and disaster. You are such a short-sighted person." There was one thing he didn't say. Chen Yuan was smart and capable. He was good at singing and dancing. Because of this, he made a fortune. However, he didn't know when to stop. Chen Yuan still hadn't fully grasped the meaning and could only reply, "Yes." Pei Ziyun did not continue forward. He turned around and saw the farmers working in the field. Beside the river, the construction of the ancestral hall had already begun. From afar, he could see more than 10 people busily working. "I've already said goodbye to my mother. As for the matter regarding the barren fields, I shall leave it to you. I hope that everything will be settled by the time I return." Pei Ziyun saw that the ox cart wasn't too far away, so he boarded it and instructed. He thought to himself, "When I become a high scholar, I will need a few maids and servants, and an ox cart as well." That's how a gentleman should be. Lu River from afar, Pei Zi Yun could see a boat docked by the shore. The river water was sparkling, and the sun was shining brightly. He looked around and saw that there were already many elementary scholars on board the boat. They were leaning against the boat, admiring the scenery. Some of them were in groups of 2 or 3 chatting. When Pei Zi Yun boarded the boat, he saw many elementary scholars surrounding the mentor and chatting with him. The mentor seemed to have arrived a long time ago. From afar, he could see that the mentor had a stern expression on his face. He listened very little and nodded his head from time to time. "Greetings, mentor." Pei Zi Yun walked up and bowed. This was a necessary etiquette. When the mentor saw Pei Zi Yun bow, he smiled and nodded his head, but didn't say anything. "Brother Pei, you've finally arrived. Come, let me introduce you. This is Brother Chen." He was ranked second in the previous year's examinations. Tang Jun appeared and smiled. "Greetings, Brother Chen." This person was Chen Yi-gui. After introducing himself, Pei Zi Yun laughed. "Speaking of which, what's so special about this boat meet?" "This is my first time here." Chen Yi-gui laughed. "Actually, it's to let all the elementary scholars in the county get to know each other. They can go on a boat trip along the river. In a while, there will be a poetry meet. All the elementary scholars will compete and be judged by the mentor. After the poetry meet, there will be a banquet and there will also be a play. All the new elementary scholars have to demonstrate their abilities. Only then will they be accepted by the elementary scholars." He then continued, "The boat meet isn't far from the provincial examinations. Usually, after the boat meet, we can depart for the province. Actually, our Slow River County has water transportation and isn't far from the provincial capital. If it were any other county, they would have to depart half a month earlier." Pei Zi Yun nodded his head. The roads in ancient times were not easy to travel on. What if he got sick? Hence, they had to depart for the provincial capital in advance. If there were any minor illnesses, they could be treated within 10 days to half a month. Tang Jun smiled. "Brother Chen, you're really kind and generous. You've always been willing to help the new talents." As he spoke, the group walked into the boat. The boat was richly decorated and the hall was huge. Pei Zi Yun met many people. They exchanged greetings and exchanged a few words, but that was all there was to their friendship. Just as they were speaking, a servant came up with a copper plate. "Young masters, these are the poems of the elementary scholars from the previous boat meet. Please take a look." Pei Zi Yun received the plate and saw a small booklet with the words boat meet written on it. There were poems and essays in it, describing the scenery of mountains and rivers, as well as the history of the past. All the elementary scholars in the county started reading it. The poems are all average. Pei Zi Yun read through it. At his current level, he felt that the poems were average. However, he understood the purpose of the boat meet. The purpose of this event was to promote the county's literary style. Of course, if you were really good, you could use this opportunity to increase your reputation. Those who participated in the boat meet were the cream of the crop of the county. If there was someone who stood out from the crowd, their reputation would spread throughout the entire county. Chen Yi-gui flipped through the booklet and laughed. He then turned around and said, "The ink and brushes here can be used as you wish. Everyone can think about it. If there's really something good, you can put it on the screen." He then pointed to the screen. "These are the annual boat meet. There's no need for a booklet, everyone can see it." So there was such a thing. Pei Zi Yun walked up to take a look and saw that the artwork on the screen was indeed better. Just as he was thinking about it, he smelled a delicate fragrance. "Ai, what's this fragrance?" Pei Zi Yun had long thought about it and was surprised. "I don't know what kind of incense it is. But once the incense is burnt, the meeting will officially begin. Look, everyone is thinking hard." Chen Yi-gui laughed as he spoke. Pei Zi Yun looked around and saw that in the corner, there was a small stove with incense burning on it. Smoke rose from it and filled the entire hall. He thought to himself, "It's here." At this point, the curtains were lifted as the mentor walked into the hall. Everyone bowed and took their seat. The mentor then said, "Every single boat meet, there's no limit to the topic. Whether it's literature, poetry, or lyrics, if there's anything good, it's considered a good thing. It can even be recorded in the county's annals. Everyone, do not slack off." "Yes, mentor." At this point, the entire hall was filled with the sound of grinding ink. Outside the window, the curtains swayed gently. The fragrance of the banquet could be smelled coming from below. It was obvious that the banquet was being prepared. All the scholars raised their sleeves and started writing. Actually, not many of them were writing on the spot. Every year, the boat meet was an opportunity for them to become famous. Some of them even spent a whole year preparing for it. Hence, they all had a draft in mind and started writing very quickly. Pei Ziyun spread out a piece of paper and started grinding the ink. Pei Ziyun then picked up a brush and dipped it into the ink before he started writing. "What's so scary about plagiarism? What's scary about plagiarism? What's scary about plagiarism?" If someone were to ask him about it, he would be exposed. However, Pei Ziyun was a scholar now, and was not afraid of anything. He started writing. The ancient scholars have their own teachers. The teacher is the one who teaches and dispels doubt. Humans aren't born with knowledge, how can they not be confused? If they are confused and do not follow their teacher, then they are confused and will never be able to understand. If you were born before me, then you would understand the Tao before me, and I would be your teacher. If you were born after me, then you would understand the Tao before me, and I would be your teacher. These 500 words, Pei Ziyun wrote all the way until the last sentence was deleted. At this point, those who wrote poems had already handed in their papers. Those who wrote essays had also handed in their papers with confidence. Pei Ziyun handed in his papers as well. The professor glanced at the papers and raised his head to look at Pei Ziyun. He did not say anything. Pei Ziyun bowed and retreated. The professor looked through them one by one and picked out a few poems that were better written and commented on them. As for Pei Ziyun's essay, he placed it at the very end. He looked at it and did not say anything. The poetry meet ended and the banquet started. Tang Jin signaled to the Qian family's boat not far away. It slowly approached. The banquet was on the deck. The professor personally poured wine for everyone. Everyone was flattered. Pei Ziyun ate the silver carp and steamed anchovies as he drank wine. At this point, the Qian family's boat approached. Music could be heard. Everyone looked over and saw that the Qian family's boat was on a stage. Under the afternoon sun, listening to the melodious music, everyone was intoxicated. When they got closer, they realized that the play on the stage was that of a famous scholar from the previous dynasty, winning 3 yuan in a row. Everyone looked at the stage with flowers in their hair, dressed in official robes and riding horses. They were extremely envious. Tang Jin then said, "Professor, how can we drink without singing? The Qian family has always respected scholars. Since there's such a show, why don't we sit on the boat and enjoy it together?" Hearing this, Pei Ziyun laughed coldly. This person looked sincere and did not want to be so sly. However, everyone felt that it was normal. Even the professor nodded his head. The 2 boats were next to each other, with the sides of the boat connected to each other. Boats had a wide deck with a semicircular walkway. Now that they were connected, the area was much larger. So it's the second young master of the Qian family bringing his family to enjoy the show. After some small talk, a servant moved the banquet table. Everyone surrounded the stage and ate together. Waves of cheers could be heard. To be able to win 3 yuan in a row was the dream of every scholar. The second young master of the Qian family seemed to be very generous. He ordered the servants to bring more food and wine. The banquet on the boat was paid for by the elementary scholars themselves. Although it was passable, it wasn't considered exquisite. However, at this moment, the food and wine were delicious. The elementary scholars were all praising him for his success. Pei Ziyun looked over and saw the young miss of the Qian family not far from him. She was with her serving maid, watching the show and enjoying the scenery. To be fair, the young miss was kneeling on the ground, wearing a blue and white dress. Half of her body was bathed in light. Her face was calm, and her eyes were deep, as though she was deep in thought. She was indeed a beauty. These few days, he had done some research on her. He sighed in his heart. This woman is known as a famous lady in the county. She is beautiful and gentle, and is good at drawing and painting. She looks even more dignified now, but who knows what she really is? Pei Ziyun thought to himself as he continued eating. This time, there was a servant serving wine. Tang Jin walked up and poured a cup for him. Come, brother Tang, let's toast. Chapter 37. Pei Ziyun received the wine and smelled it. He felt that there was something wrong with the wine and was suspicious. He took a closer look and saw that there was some white powder in between Tang Jin's fingernails. He immediately understood. When Tang Jin was pouring the wine for him, he had flicked some of the powder into the wine. It was impossible for everyone to fall for the same trick. This was a huge matter. Not only the county, even the province would send people to investigate. Even the gods would be alerted. The gods were everywhere. This was a terrifying power. Even if there were immortals in this world, they would not be able to interfere with the affairs of the mortal world. Pei Ziyun laughed. Although Huang Jin-chun passed the imperial examinations, he was still young. By the time he passed the imperial examinations, he was already 43 years old. There's not much time left. Tang Jin did not have such thoughts. He looked at Pei Ziyun and said, "Ai, so what if he's 43 years old? This is the glory of a scholar's life. Even if he doesn't become an official, his name will be recorded in history." As Tang Jin said this, Chen Yigui, who was standing some distance away, revealed a look of agreement. He then said, "That's right. Not to mention 43 years old, even if he was 53 or 63 years old, he would not have wasted his life." As Pei Ziyun spoke, he stretched out his hand and swapped their wine cup. He then said, "These actors look unfamiliar. I've never seen them in the county before." Chen Yigui then said, "Brother Pei, these are all domestic actors. But since Brother Pei has passed the imperial examinations and become a famous scholar, you don't have to do this." Tang Jin laughed and said, "It's not enough to become an elementary scholar. Even if I became a high scholar, I wouldn't be able to afford it." As he said this, he remembered his motive. He wanted to coax Pei Ziyun to drink. He smiled and raised his wine cup. "Brother Pei, Brother Chen, we're different from before. Many things are beyond our control. Come, let's drink. I'll finish this cup first." Tang Jin's words were somewhat random. Pei Ziyun laughed coldly in his heart as he raised his wine cup and said, "That's right. There are many things that cannot be avoided. We can only do things that we have no choice but to do." As he finished speaking, he downed the cup in one gulp. The wine was a little spicy, and he swallowed it. Chen Yigui was bewildered and gulped down the wine as well. Tang Jin then said, "Brother Pei, you guys carry on. I need to go to the toilet and need to leave for a while." Tang Jin took a few steps forward and secretly gestured to Miss Qian. Miss Qian's appearance didn't seem to have changed, but there was a kind of charm in her every movement. A fragrance seeped out, attracting the attention of the nearby scholars. Pei Ziyun laughed coldly to himself. This was the Tao arts of Holy Jail sect. Chen Yigui then said, "Brother Pei, it's best if you don't look at this young lady." "Why?" "The Qian family used to be a county magistrate in the previous dynasty. Every generation after that, there will always be one or two people who pass the Xiucai or Juran examinations. Their family owns 1,500 mu of land, and is a famous county magistrate in the county. Their daughter is the daughter of an official, and unless she marries, no one can get close to her. I've heard that they're already talking about marriage. Pei Ziyun nodded his head and estimated the effects of the wine. He then looked around and realized that since he had been poisoned, there was only Miss Qian around. He then smiled and stood up. I shall go and toast to the lecturer. Chen Igui nodded his head, feeling that this was normal. Pei Ziyun walked up and saw the lecturer. At this point, the toasts had already ended, and there was no one around. When the lecturer saw him, his eyes were filled with joy and he nodded his head slightly. Pei Ziyun then bowed to the lecturer. Greetings, lecturer. The lecturer nodded his head. A Confucian cultivator should not reveal his emotions easily. When he saw Pei Ziyun, he revealed a look of joy. Come and sit. At this point, everyone was watching the show. Some of them had already drunk a few cups of wine, and were no longer paying attention to Pei Ziyun. Pei Ziyun then walked over and sat down. Have you been studying since you've returned? Pei Ziyun then said, This disciple has been studying every day, but I've always had some doubts. Once a doubt has been solved, a new one will arise. When the lecturer heard this, he sighed, My life has its limits, but knowledge has no limits. This is your cautiousness and vigilance. If a person were to think that he has no doubts, then there's nothing to be said. Pei Ziyun then followed the lecturer's words. What the lecturer has said is true, this disciple will remember it. The lecturer then continued, When it comes to learning, even if you are 100 feet tall, you still have to improve every day. As long as you improve every day, you will eventually become a grandmaster. Seeing that Pei Ziyun had agreed, the lecturer then said, Do you know why I didn't judge your paper today? Pei Ziyun then replied, This disciple doesn't know. The lecturer laughed, but his smile was filled with bitterness. Your speech was filled with sincerity and sincerity. It was vast and unbridled, like a mighty river, flowing and flowing. Such a magnificent essay, how can a mere lecturer like me be qualified to judge it? With this essay your name can be recorded in history. Seeing that Pei Ziyun was about to apologize, the lecturer hurriedly raised his hand to stop him. But your status is not worthy of writing this essay. Seeing that Pei Ziyun was surprised, the lecturer then continued, You have yet to become a scholar. With this essay you can become a famous scholar, and your name will spread throughout the county. In time to come, you can even shake the entire nation. But because of this, your career will be difficult, and I'm afraid it will be difficult for you to pass the imperial examinations. When Pei Ziyun heard this, he was stunned. He had a sudden realization. In this world, the famous scholars in history, such as Tang Xianzu and Su Wei, were all extremely talented and famous. However, they could not pass the imperial examinations. Tang Xianzu was still alright, he only failed several times. Zhang Juzheng's 3 sons all passed the imperial examinations, but he did not. It was only after Zhang Juzheng's death that he made a name for himself. Su Wei was even worse. He started studying at the age of 6, started writing essays at the age of 9, and when he was 10, he wrote Destruction, which caused a sensation in the entire city. The local gentry called him a prodigy. Shunlian once praised him, When the city gates are closed, this is the only one. However, he met with many setbacks in the imperial examinations. He only became an elementary scholar at the age of 20. When he was 41, he took the imperial examinations 8 times, but he still could not pass. Some people said that this was due to his arrogance, but that might not be the case. It was just that he had offended the masses, and they all wanted to suppress him. Pei Ziyun covered his face and sighed. I understand now. Since ancient times, only those who become famous can become famous in the imperial court. But those who become famous before becoming an official are rare. Li Bai's courtesy name was Tai Bai and his nickname was Qinglian. He was hailed as the immortal of poetry. His poems were bold, elegant, romantic, and almost unparalleled in the world. However, despite his fame, he was not able to achieve anything in his life. In his later years, he was in dire straits. He composed Song of Death and passed away at the age of 62. Was it because his political wisdom was lacking? Although he was not outstanding in terms of political wisdom, he was still above average. How could his career be in dire straits? Although people praised him for being famous, they were actually jealous of him. If he had already achieved the imperial examinations, it would be fine. But if he did not achieve the imperial examinations, how could he not be defeated when fighting against the whole world? Pei Ziyun bowed. "Thank you, instructor, for hiding my teachings." The teachings came from Han Yu, who was known as the great scholar of the 100 generations. If his writings were to spread, it would be difficult for him to achieve the imperial examinations. He might not even be able to pass the imperial examinations. Seeing that Pei Ziyun recognized him, the instructor was gratified. "You do not need to be discouraged. When you become a high scholar, you will be able to spread your writings." Before Pei Ziyun could reply, he heard a loud scream. He turned around and saw a man taking off his shirt. The young lady of the Qian family was half exposed. The instructor turned around and was enraged. His face was ashen. "What a disgrace! What a lunatic! What a disgrace! What a lunatic!" He repeated those words twice, and his body trembled with anger. Pei Ziyun looked over and saw that the man's eyes were red. If it wasn't Tang Zhen, who else could it be? Before long, Tang Zhen was escorted away by a servant of the Qian family and was given cold water to sober him up. The instructor's face was flushed red. It was supposed to be an elementary scholars' literary assembly, but such a huge scandal had occurred. The instructor was in charge of the education in the county. Since he had lost his face, he would definitely be reprimanded. If this scandal were to spread to the prefectures, he would definitely be criticized by the prefectures. This year's examinations would probably be of poor quality. The elementary scholars present were all taken aback. Tang Zhen was usually calm and collected. Why was he so crazy today? At this point, a scholar spoke out. "You all didn't notice. Maybe Tang Zhen drank a few cups of wine and lost his composure." At this point, a middle-aged elementary scholar replied, "Maybe he's a lunatic, but he hid it well. Who would have thought that after drinking a few cups of wine, he would reveal his true nature? Now that he has committed such a crime, he will definitely lose his elementary scholar position. How delightful!" His words were filled with envy and jealousy towards Tang Zhen for becoming an elementary scholar. His family was wealthy and he was young and talented. Now that he had done something wrong and ruined his reputation, he wanted nothing more than to beat him to death. Another elementary scholar was slightly older, around 50 years of age. Seeing that the crowd was getting more and more unbridled, his expression changed and he said, "All of you are gloating, but don't say it here. If the instructor hears it, you will be reprimanded as well. Furthermore, there are outsiders here. If your words were to spread, what kind of reputation would you have?" The older he was, the more mature he was, the less jealous he was of the younger generation. At this point in the literary assembly, the instructor was so angry that he couldn't speak. He then shouted, "Men, remove Tang Zhen's headscarf immediately." Actually, this was to strip Tang Zhen of his elementary scholar status. At this point, a few envious and jealous students pounced on him and really removed his headscarf. Looking at this scene, many of the students felt that they had lost face. They also felt that there was something fishy going on, but they couldn't understand why. What a disgrace! What a disgrace! The instructor's hatred was still not appeased. He felt that Tang Zhen was a disgrace to him. He and Pei Ziyun were having a good conversation, master and disciple. In the future, it would be recorded as a good story. But now, it had become an unbearable stench. Although this Tang Zhen has some background, but to do such a thing, I cannot tolerate it. When the literary assembly is over, I will write a letter to the Minister of Education, and strip this scum of his elementary scholar status. As he thought about this, he called Pei Ziyun over and instructed him, "You are a good person. Before you go to the provincial examinations, come to my place. Don't get together with this Tang Zhen and ruin your future." As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his sleeves and left. At this point in the literary assembly, nobody was still reciting poems. Everyone was discussing this matter. Seeing that the instructor had left, everyone dispersed. At this point, Tang Zhen had already woken up from the effects of the drug. His eyes were empty as he looked around for Pei Ziyun. His expression was ferocious. Seeing this, Chen Yigui was so shocked that his mouth was wide open. He then mumbled, "Ai, Brother Tang is finished this time." Pei Ziyun laughed coldly. The reason why he went to the instructor's place was because he didn't want to be bitten by this mad dog. At this point, he made use of the crowd and waved his sleeves to leave. Chapter 38. When the mentor returned home, his wife had prepared a bowl of hangover soup. However, the mentor pushed her aside. "I didn't drink any wine today, I don't need this soup. I have matters to attend to, don't disturb me." As he said this, he stormed into the study room, leaving the mentor's wife in a daze, unsure of what she had done wrong. It was said that the moment the mentor entered the study, he looked for a memorial and wanted to write an article to remove Tang Zhen's title. Today was such a big scandal, and it would affect the reputation of Slow River County. The mentor was an upright person, and could not tolerate a single grain of sand. At this moment, he started writing. The mentor did not attend the conference today, and thus did not know about this. Some time later, someone came to inform the mentor of what had happened on the boat. When the mentor heard this, he was shocked. "This is bad, I have to find the mentor to discuss this." As soon as he finished speaking, he left in a hurry. When Pei Ziyun reached home, his mother had already prepared a bowl of soup. It was a hangover soup. As he drank it, he felt his stomach warm up. He placed the bowl down and smiled. "Mother, the autumn examinations are only 10 days away. I have to go to the city." Dong and Prefecture, Zhang Mansion. The next day, a pot of tea was boiling on the stove. Steam could be seen coming out of it, and a chessboard was placed on the table. Zhang Jieyu walked into the room and could not contain his anger. He kicked the stove, causing the tea and the fire to spill onto the floor. The fire and the tea mixed together, making a sizzling sound. Smoke and ashes rose up. Zhang Jieyu sat down on the chair. His heart was filled with anger. He stood up and swept the entire chessboard onto the floor. "This kid must have seen through my ploy. That's why he dared to tease me. I want to kill him." At this point, Li Wenjing, who had been following behind Zhang Jieyu, had been deep in thought. He then walked forward and saw the chessboard on the floor. He hurriedly said, "Jieyu, this is a new dynasty. He has an elementary scholar title. We can only tempt him and frame him. We cannot make a move directly. If we make a move directly, we will offend the imperial qi." Hearing Li Wenjing's words, Zhang Jieyu calmed down a little. Achieving the Tao was an important matter, and he couldn't be too careful. However, he really couldn't take this lying down. "Let's use the hands of mortals then. Our holy gate should have other connections other than the Black Wind Bandits under me, right? Of course there's more. We're from Holy Jail Sect. We have people on the Lu River. However, he is an elementary scholar who came to the prefecture to take the elementary scholar examinations. Attacking him with mortals is fine. However, if we were to kill him, we would not be able to escape the eyes of the local river deity. Once the divine Tao of the imperial court comes to investigate, we would be in big trouble." Seeing that Zhang Jieyu was about to explode in anger, Li Wenjing added, "But if you fall into the water, get sick, eat something bad on the way, or get beaten up by someone, that's a small matter. Regardless of whether it is the scholars from the capital or the province, or even in the examination hall, it is very common for them to fall sick. No matter how smart he is, as long as he doesn't pass the examinations this time, he would have to waste 3 years. Being an elementary scholar is just a small achievement. If we really wanted to kill him, our holy gate would be able to do so. It's just that we would have to pay a small price. After this sensitive period of time, if Zhang Jieyu is still angry, we shall just kill him. Zhang Jieyu's anger subsided. All right, let's do that. I shall leave this matter to you. Li Wenjing nodded his head and said, I shall inform the Luo gang now. Hodu Town, Li Mansion wasn't located within the capital of Dong'an Prefecture. Instead, it was located about 20 miles away from the main road. It was located in a small town called Hodu Town. The town was bustling with activity. At this point, a group of people walked over, and the people on the street all gave way to them. Who are these people? It's Yang Kun from the Luo gang. He has a great reputation. Pei. What great reputation? He's just a fugitive from the pugilistic world. Someone said disdainfully. As they neared the entrance, Yang Kun pointed. This is the Li Mansion. The few of you stay in the town and look for a place to stay. I shall go and see Master Li. As he finished speaking, Yang Kun walked in. He was a burly man around 30 years of age. When he entered the mansion, he was extremely careful. He saw Li Wenjing bending over his desk and writing a letter. From afar, he shouted, Greetings, Master Li. It turned out that during the previous dynasty, Yang Tongshou had formed a gang. In the beginning, most of the gang members were homeless beggars. They stole and robbed. When the magistrate found out about this, he was enraged and ordered for the gang to be arrested. The patrolling officers obeyed and killed several people. They captured Yang Tongshou and were about to execute him. At the critical moment, Holy Jail sect lent a helping hand. After being beaten 40 times, Yang Tongshou was released from prison. He then hid in the town to recuperate. He changed his ways of doing things. When officials and rich people were celebrating, he would go and help them. Slowly, he changed his ways of doing things. Gradually, the officials decided to take over the transportation of salt, grain and cotton to the Luo gang. The Luo gang collected protection fees and earned money for the transportation of goods. As of now, Yang Kun was the second-generation leader of the gang. However, he was still respectful towards Holy Jail sect. It's good that you're here. I have something for you to do, Li Wenjing shouted. He then stood up and paced around. He looked out the window at the blooming flowers and muttered to himself. Master Li, as long as it's something on the Lu River, just tell me. Everyone within 100 miles will give me face. Even if a few people sink, it's a small matter. Yang Kun said. Li Wenjing laughed coldly. That's not necessary. But it's not a small matter. Send your trusted aide to handle it. Go to Slow River County and supervise the dock. Keep an eye on all the elementary scholars who are heading to the province for the examinations. This person's name is Pei Ziyun. I have a portrait of him here. Master Li, is he drowning in the river? Yang Kun asked excitedly. No, now is the time for the examinations. It's a sensitive time. You can't kill anyone. Just let him fall into the water and let him catch a cold. Li Wenjing instructed softly. The water may not be too cold now, but it doesn't matter. After he falls into the water, just sprinkle this medicine on him. I guarantee that he will catch a cold. So it's just this matter. Don't worry, I will handle it for you. Yang Kun patted his chest and said. Slow River County, Mentor's house this time. The mentor had a stern expression on his face. Pei Ziyun didn't know that the mentor and mentor had just argued about Tangjun, and could only lower his head. The mentor then said, You're still young and need to polish yourself. You're only 15 years old and you're already an elementary scholar. It's hard to avoid success. How can you go to the province like this? Pei Ziyun looked at the mentor and thought to himself, did he offend this person? The mentor then said blandly, Ambition doesn't depend on age. The Emperor values essays. This kid's essays have reached a certain level. Old friend, don't argue with me. The mentor gave a huff and turned around to walk to another room. The mentor then said, "This time I've called you here, I have no other instructions. There are only two. Firstly, your essays have already removed the yin qi. This is a good thing. But you must not be too full of yang qi. This is a taboo in the examinations. Secondly, I want you to know, this time, the governor of the province examinations has been decided." The governor of the province examinations was actually the chief examiner of the high scholar examinations. He was appointed by the imperial court and sent from the central government to the province to preside over the examinations. In order to prevent cheating, it was not announced to the public. However, once the appointment was made, the local officials would know about it. Even those who had connections would know about it. Ordinary candidates could only find out about it themselves. The examinations were fair. Knowing who the chief examiner was, one could then analyze his essays and prepare for the examinations. From this point, the mentor wasn't a pedantic person. After all, everyone else could analyze his essays, except for him. That would be unfair. Pei Ziyun then asked, "May I know who it is?" The mentor lowered his voice. "It's Hu Lu Zhou. Hu Ingzhen, His Excellency?" This person became an elementary scholar at the age of 15, a high scholar at the age of 18, and a grand scholar at the age of 22. He was famous throughout the lands. He was only 35 years old, and he was already presiding over the examinations? Yes, the news has been relayed to us. Have you seen His Excellency's essays? The mentor asked. Pei Ziyun replied, "This disciple has seen some, but I'm afraid it's not complete." The mentor nodded his head. "This is a compilation of Hu Lu Zhou's essays. You should study it on the way. Although the essays are written in terms of structure, but the examinations are of great importance. It's normal for there to be some changes. I shall not keep you any longer. There's not much time left. Hurry and go, don't delay on the way." "Yes." Pei Ziyun bowed respectfully and left. After some time, the mentor walked over and said, "You've treated him well. Why can't you be more forgiving towards Tangzhen? He's been studying hard for 10 years. Once he's stripped of his title, he won't be able to take the examinations again. Shouldn't you reconsider? Old friend, you don't have to say any more. This is a completely different matter." The mentor waved his hands and said, "Although this person is young, he has the jade of the Jing Mountain, and the pearl of the spirit serpent in his mouth. He's a talented person. How can Tangzhen compare to him?" Pei Ziyun rushed to the docks. This world was similar to the Song dynasty, where commerce was flourishing. Although the officials were of high status, they would often marry merchants. Although this was the beginning of the country, the waterways were already well established. Boats and boats of fruits, bamboo fans, mats, pillows, rations, medicine and ceramics were all flowing in and out of the city. Pei Ziyun arrived at the dock. It was July and August, and he was sweating profusely. He stood under a shed and looked around. He saw that the river was wide and far away. Thousands of boats were sailing on the river. There were 7 or 8 large boats docked at the dock. However, there was only one boat that was waiting for a guest. He walked towards it and saw the owner of the boat. Seeing that there was a guest, he smiled and welcomed him. "Dear guest, are you a husband heading to the province to take the examinations? How did you know?" "Just by looking at your attire, I can tell. Besides, I've already booked a boat for a few other husbands. My boat is very deep, and I've prepared 2 sacks of watermelons. My dear guests, you can enjoy the watermelons on your journey. The boat fare isn't much. There are beds and bedrooms, and the food is fresh. A good room only costs 1 tael of silver." This price wasn't cheap, but Pei Ziyun wasn't interested in saving a few hundred coins. He had earned 4,000 taels of silver, and had given his mother 3,000 taels of silver. In reality, he still had 1,000 taels of silver on him. Even if he had used some, it wouldn't have been more than 10 taels of silver. He then said, "Then let's book a good room. Shall we depart now?" "Husband, the boat isn't full yet, and we have to wait for a few more guests. We will depart this afternoon." Of course, if Pei Ziyun wanted to book the boat, he could depart immediately. However, Pei Ziyun didn't want to waste time like that. He then said, "All right, I shall head to the hotel and have a meal. Call me when you depart." He was talking about a hotel about 50 meters away, and the captain acknowledged. Chapter 39. The surface of the river rippled as a fisherman pulled up his sleeves and tied up his pants. He then took out his net and cast it into the river, preparing to catch some fish. On the boat, the captain was sitting on the boat, smoking a hookah. It was a bamboo tube about half the height of a person, with a mouth at the bottom. It was stuffed with some tobacco. The captain placed his mouth on the pipe and took a deep puff. The tobacco started burning, and the sound of water bubbling could be heard. This type of hookah was filled with water, and the longer it was used, the more flavorful it would be. The captain stood up in satisfaction and stretched. Someone approached the boat. The captain didn't think much of it at first, but when he got closer, he regained his senses and stood up. "So it's Master Su. What brings you here?" There were a few people watching from the shore. When they saw Pei Ziyun disembarking from the boat and disappearing into the distance, Master Su came up and saw that there weren't many people in the cabin. There were only a few elderly, women and children waiting for the boat to set sail. Master Su's face fell. "Let's talk inside." The boat was rather big, and the cabin was rather dark. There was only an oil lamp on the table, as it was afraid of catching fire. The dim light from the lamp was rather eerie. Master Su sat down. Opposite him, the captain lowered his head in fear. Master Su stared at the captain and waved his fan twice. "How's your business recently? Thanks to you and Master Su, I can make a living on the water and feed my family." Master Su laughed. "With this boat of yours, I can make 200 to 300 taels of silver a year." The captain didn't know what to say. He saw Master Su's face was tense. "Old 3 I'm not here for this matter. Master Su has something to tell you." The captain lowered his head even more. "Master Su, please instruct me. I will listen." Only then did Master Su explain the situation to the captain. When he heard what the captain said, he started sweating profusely and waved his hands. "We can't do that. This man looks like a scholar. If he goes to the prefecture, he would at least be an elementary scholar. If something were to happen to him, he would be beheaded." The smile on Master Su's face disappeared as his face turned dark and sinister. He said impatiently, "I'm not asking you to kill him. Just let me get on the boat and you cooperate with me. Let him get off the boat and drink a few mouthfuls of water. What are you afraid of? Furthermore, this is the order of the branch master. You are a member of the branch, and you should know the rules. If you are unwilling, the government will not arrest you, but the branch master will not forgive you." Hearing this, the boatman's legs softened and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Most of the boatmen who made a living on the river would join the local river branch. When there was a problem, he had the money and strength to contribute. Normally, he would be protected. But now, the shipowner had given the order. If the shipowner refused, he would be punished by the shipowner. Not only that, he would not be able to stay on the river anymore. If he continued to stay, he would be like the shipowner who refused to join. One day, his boat would capsize, and his whole family would be fed to the fish. The boatman's hands and feet trembled as he agreed. "Yes, yes, I will obey, I will obey." He was sweating profusely and had to wipe it off with his hand. Master Su looked at the boatman and laughed coldly. He then spoke to the people on the shore before returning. "Just treat me as a boatman." "How would I dare, Master Su?" Don't worry, I used to be a good boatman. I won't be able to see through your lies. Master Su laughed coldly. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Pei Zi Yun left the inn. The sun was shining brightly, and the trees on both sides of the street cast many shadows. When he reached the side of the river, he saw that there were already many passengers on the boat. Seeing that it was about time, he stepped onto the plank. The moment he stepped onto the plank, he saw that one of the boatmen looked at him. His face twitched and he looked extremely fierce. Pei Zi Yun felt that it was strange. When did this boatman come here? Why did he look so unfriendly? He took a closer look and realized that this boat was specially used to transport people. There were 2 levels, and there were cabins at the front and back of the boat. There were curtains hanging down from the cabin, and there were several boatmen on the boat. He even saw a cook. Although this boat was filled with crooks and honest people, it was a long-term business. It shouldn't be a black boat. Just as he was hesitating, the boatman carried a hookah and smiled. Esteemed guest, please board the boat. Almost everyone on the boat has arrived. We are about to depart. Pei Zi Yun smiled and reached out to touch the hilt of his sword before following the boatman onto the boat. The ship wasn't big, and it only had 2 floors. They followed the captain up the stairs, and when they passed by the stairs, they saw that there were people sitting in the cabins. Seeing that Pei Zi Yun was bewildered, the boatman explained, "Those people are going to the mansion just like you. They will arrive in the afternoon, and are in the cabins below the deck." Pei Zi Yun looked around the cabins, and saw that there were some people seated. There were poor students, elderly, women, and children. The seats were not full, and there were still quite a number of seats left. Pei Zi Yun looked around and followed the boatman up the stairs. When he reached the top floor, he saw that there were many rooms, but they were very small. The boatman walked into one of the rooms and opened it with a key. Pei Zi Yun took a look and realized that the room wasn't big, and had 2 windows. When he looked out, he could see the river outside. The river was glistening, and the sound of water splashing against the boat could be heard. Pei Zi Yun looked around and saw that there was a bed and a table. The boatman said, "Young master, this is the best room on the boat." Pei Zi Yun could hear the sound of someone reading in the room next door. The boatman then said, "This is a single room. The people around here are all young masters, and are preparing to head to the prefecture for the examinations. That's why there are people reading. However, there are only 4 people to a room." Pei Zi Yun saw that it was rather clean inside. Although it was a little small, it was good enough to have such space on the boat. Didn't you see that there were many people below? Besides, the scenery outside the window was not bad. He then said, "All right, let's keep an eye on this room." As he said this, he tossed out a tael of silver. The boatman weighed it in his hand and smiled. "All right, young master. 3 meals a day, please come to the main hall to have your meals." Pei Zi Yun nodded his head. At this point, the boat started moving. There were already 20 to 30 guests on board. There were merchants, elementary scholars rushing to take the examinations, as well as merchants and commoners. At this point, a green-robed scholar bowed. "This humble subject is Yu Guang Mao. I am heading to the provincial capital for the autumn examinations. It is an honor to be able to be on the same boat as Brother Pei." Pei Zi Yun returned the gesture. "Brother Yu is too courteous. We've met before." Hearing the commotion, 3 scholars came out. They were around 27 to 30 years old. They were the same people Pei Zi Yun had met at the elementary scholar assembly. When they saw Pei Zi Yun, they were overjoyed and greeted him. Pei Zi Yun then said, "So it's my brothers. Brother Li, Brother Wang, Brother Yi. So you're all on the same boat?" The elementary scholars had many things to talk about, and started chatting amongst themselves. It revolved around the regional examinations. These elementary scholars had been to the imperial examinations a few times before, and were very familiar with each other. Pei Zi Yun saw that there were only a few beds in the cabin, and there wasn't much space left. He felt that it was strange. These elementary scholars shouldn't be so poor. Yu Guangmao laughed and said, "The regional examinations are held once every 3 years. It's a long journey, and it's not easy for us to make the trip. Since the few of us are familiar with each other, we decided to stay in the same room. Hence, we told the boatman to add more beds, and we decided to stay in the same room. This way, we can take care of each other and exchange knowledge." Pei Ziyun saw the 4 of them talking like this, and knew that the 4 of them were not telling the truth. Or maybe they didn't have much money, hence they had to do this. However, he could not embarrass them. He then praised them. "My brothers are really hard-working. Looks like I have to learn from you guys." As soon as he finished speaking, he saw the few elementary scholars smiling bitterly. The boatman had not gone far, and when he saw Pei Ziyun, he was shocked. This man was an elementary scholar, and in the blink of an eye, he had gotten to know a whole bunch of elementary scholars. The boatman was trying to harm this elementary scholar. According to the boatman, if he were to fall into the water, he would be fine. However, if he were to fall into the water, who knew what would happen? If he were to die in the river, it would be fine if he was alone, but all these elementary scholars were there. If they were to report this to the authorities, he would be in deep trouble. As he thought about this, he wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and said, "Dear sirs, the boat has left the county successfully. If there are no accidents, we should reach the city within 3 days." As soon as he finished speaking, the boatman left. The rest of the elementary scholars did not seem to mind. After chatting for a while, the 5 of them started to get familiar with each other. The boatman then said to Pei Ziyun, "This year's regional examinations will be a gathering of elementary scholars. Between you and me, I wonder who will be able to become a high scholar and bring glory to our ancestors." As they spoke, the few elementary scholars sighed, and the atmosphere became a little lonely. Pei Ziyun wanted to persuade them, but realized that he had no way to do so. He then left and returned to his room to study. As the sky darkened, someone knocked on the door. Pei Ziyun opened the door, and saw that it was one of the boatmen who said that it was time to eat. He went to the boatman and noticed that the dishes on the boat were pretty good. There were fish, vegetables, eggs and fruit. Pei Ziyun picked out the fish on the spot and noticed that the chef's cooking was pretty good. Pei Ziyun ordered 3 or 4 dishes and found them to be pretty good. After waiting for a while, someone finally came down. By the time Pei Ziyun had finished eating, the 4 elementary scholars had still not come down. Pei Ziyun felt that it was strange. Nothing happened that night. There was still the sound of people reading next door. As the night grew darker, the sound of people reading stopped as well. The boat fell silent and everyone went to sleep. There's the sound of crying? In the middle of the night, Pei Ziyun was woken up by the sound of people crying next door. When he listened carefully, he realized that it was several people comforting him. "Brother E, why did you have to do this? My family is poor. Every day we eat simple dishes. How many times do we have meat and fish? Even so, my old mother and wife still saved money for me to take the examinations. It's just that I'm already 33 years old. If I don't pass this time, how could I bear it? I can only find a school to teach and earn a few taels of silver every year. Thinking about it at night, I can't help it. I hope everyone will not take it to heart." As he said this, the person stopped talking. Gradually there was silence. He could only hear people tossing and turning in bed. It was obvious that the people in the room next door could not sleep. Pei Ziyun could not sleep as well, but he did not want to disturb these people. He put on his clothes and walked up to the deck. He looked up at the clear night sky, filled with stars. He thought to himself, in real life, how many people can achieve success by studying? Most people work their hearts out, only to end up with a head full of white hair and a sad ending. That's why I know the value of the plum blossom. I also know that the original owner of the plum blossom was such a wretched person. He handed over this weapon that could change his destiny to someone else. Forget it. Young people are always full of passion and idiocy. Only when I'm 30 or 40 years old, and am down and out for the rest of my life, will I understand the value of the plum blossom. Just as he was deep in thought, he unknowingly reached a corner. All of a sudden, he heard someone speaking in a low voice. He had heard these two voices earlier in the day. One was the captain, the other was a worker. The captain's voice was trembling. "Are you really going to make a move on an elementary scholar?" Chapter 40. Pei Ziyun's heart skipped a beat as he listened intently. The boatman's voice turned cold. "You don't dare to do it?" No, it's just that the elementary scholars are all together, there are too many of them." The boatman was flustered and did not know what to say. The boatman then continued, "This is what Master Zhang wants. We will make a move tomorrow and make this kid fall into the water. Who asked him to offend young Master Zhang? All you have to do is boil some water and pour the medicine in. When the kid is fished out, tell him it's some cold medicine and force it down his throat." But Pei Ziyun looked up and saw the hookah in the boatman's hands fall to the ground. It rolled a few times on the ground and made a loud gulu-gulu sound. Pei Ziyun kept it and thought to himself, "I'm on a boat and someone is trying to harm me." He did not know what to feel. He could hear the voices outside getting softer and softer. It seemed like the conversation was about to end. Pei Ziyun slowly retreated and walked up the stairs. When he reached the second floor, he pushed open the door and entered his room. He did not light up the lamp and lay down on the boat, deep in thought. Outside the window, he could hear waves crashing against the hull of the boat and the sound of water splashing could be heard. He then stood up and paced around the room. One wave after another. This Zhang Jieyu is so bold and arrogant. If I don't kill him, I won't be able to live in peace. Thinking this way, he picked up his sword from the bedside table and pulled it out, revealing the blade of the sword. With such a sharp weapon in his hand, he was ready to kill. Although I don't have spiritual intelligence and cannot cultivate Tao arts, I can't compare to Snail Village. I can't be passive anymore. I have to kill this person and think of a way to take revenge. Let me think again, how should I take revenge? Oh yes, according to the original owner's memories, when Holy Jail sect was breached, there was another person besides High Scholar Yu who was executed. Li Wenjing announced his crimes. This person was one of the core members of the sect, and was like a strategist. This person, according to the rumors, did not have many Tao arts. I can kill him. Also, remember to search his house. He did not live in his mansion, but at a ferry. I'll kill this person and deal a heavy blow to Zhang Jieyu's henchmen. Once I've cultivated the Tao, I'll think of a way to kill Zhang Jieyu as well. Pei Ziyun had already made up his mind. He caressed the blade of his sword, and the sword gleamed coldly. His eyes shone with the same coldness. Early morning Pei Ziyun got up and started practicing the 100 Beasts illustration. This was one of the advantages of the 100 Beasts illustration. Even if it was just a small space, he could still practice. Hearing the voices of people below him, he wasn't paying attention. Suddenly, he felt his body tremble. The teacup on the table shook a few times. Someone shouted, "Pull the anchor!" Pei Ziyun didn't pay much attention to it and continued to practice. In a short period of time, he felt warm inside. Although without spiritual roots, he wouldn't be able to advance to the third level. However, if he practiced for a long time, he would be able to build a strong foundation. Once he had spiritual roots, he would be able to advance to the next level. After he was done, he opened the window and looked outside. A cool breeze blew in. The sun had not yet risen, but there were already quite a few fishermen casting nets to catch fish. There were even some passenger ships that had already raised their sails. Some birds were standing on the ships, and as soon as the sails were opened, They flew away in fright, dropping a few feathers. Pei Ziyun practiced the 100 Beasts illustration, recited books, and practiced calligraphy. After he was done, he went downstairs. There was a noodle shop downstairs. Pei Ziyun was overjoyed when he came downstairs. He ordered a bowl of freshwater noodles and looked into the kitchen. The noodle shop was already prepared, and the chef was still cooking. The chef then placed the noodles into a pot of water. Pei Ziyun didn't watch any longer and sat down at the table. Before long, a bowl of noodles was served. There were several large pieces of fresh fish piled on top of the noodles, with some chopped chili and spring onions sprinkled on top. On the table, there was vinegar, chili oil, and pickled vegetables. The noodles were steaming. Several elementary scholars came downstairs. Seeing Pei Ziyun, elementary scholar E, who had been tossing and turning restlessly in bed the previous day, smiled and said, "Brother Pei, the chef on this ship is pretty good, right? The last time I went to Dezhou Prefecture, I took this ship and fell in love with the chef." He then shouted to the chef, "Give me a bowl of freshwater noodles. Add some chili oil and add an egg." As soon as the elementary scholar shouted, the other 3 elementary scholars shouted as well. Before long, the noodles were served, all with an egg, and were fried until they were golden brown and tender. The few of them started chatting. In the previous year, there was someone who had only average literary talent, and was lucky enough to pass the grand examinations. There was also someone who had cheated during the examinations and was stripped of his scholarly title. They were mostly talking about the previous year. Some of them were interesting, while others were serious. Before long, the conversation had reached noon. The few of them had gone there once or more. One of them said, "Brother Pei, the next stop on this ship is Zhitong Prefecture. There's a Taoist temple there, and it's very accurate. It's able to tell a person's fortune. When noon comes, we can go there and have our fortune told. Tell the captain to wait for us." Pei Ziyun asked, "Is this temple far from the pier?" The few of them laughed. "Brother Pei is very hard-working. You don't even want to waste this little bit of time. This temple is very close to the pier, and not far from the river. Every day there are many visitors. It would only take an hour to get there." Pei Ziyun agreed. The few of them continued chatting for a while. Before long, many people had arrived, and it was rather noisy. The few of them lost their interest, and returned to their rooms to rest or to study. The river flowed downstream, and the morning passed quickly. Hearing the elementary scholars calling for him, he opened the door and saw that the 4 elementary scholars had already changed their clothes. They were dressed in green, and had pendants hanging from their waists. Each of them held a fan in their hands. When they saw Pei Ziyun open the door, they said, "Brother Pei, hurry up." Pei Ziyun had no choice but to follow them down the pier. The boatman watched as Pei Ziyun got off the boat, and his eyes gleamed. He paced back and forth for a few steps before he stealthily pushed Pei Ziyun into the river. The few of them walked down the pier. The pier was bustling with activity, and people were walking to and fro. Horse carriages and oxen carts were transporting goods to the pier, and the workers were carrying the goods onto the boats. They were all half naked, and only had a sackcloth draped over their shoulders. Once they were out of the pier, they arrived at a street paved with green stones. There were many stalls selling incense and incense. Elementary scholar E tugged at Pei Ziyun's sleeves. "Brother Pei, we're almost there." As they walked along the green stone road, they saw a Taoist temple. There were many women on the road, carrying baskets in their hands. It was noon, and the sun was scorching hot. There weren't many people around. The few elementary scholars couldn't stand the scorching sun either. They opened up their fans and covered their faces as they spoke. When they got closer, they saw that it was a small temple. It wasn't big and was surrounded by walls. As they entered, they saw a Taoist sweeping the yard. It was a Taoist priest, about 50 years old. She was using a small broom to gather the fallen osmanthus flowers together. The few elementary scholars didn't seem to care about her, and walked straight into the main hall. They didn't recognize the statues inside. This was normal. The city god of Earth was not a Taoist religion. He was a deity of the country or a political deity. Were these statues real people or true sovereigns? On the left side of the hall, a Taoist priest had set up a table for divination. On top of the table, there was a wooden tube with a wooden stick inside. The entire hall was tidy, and a merit box was placed under the statue. In front of them, there were people paying their respects to the statue. They then proceeded to ask for their divination. The group of people were very respectful. Pei Zi-yun stepped forward and paid his respects as well. He took out 100 copper coins and placed it in the merit box. The people in front had already seen it. Elementary scholar Yi took a divination and listened to the Taoist priest's explanation. The divination didn't seem very good and his face turned pale. It was Pei Zi-yun's turn to take a stick. The Taoist priest took a stick and read it. She then raised her head and looked at Pei Zi-yun. The Taoist priest's eyes were full of spirit and energy. She looked at him for a while before lowering her head as if deep in thought. She then raised her head and smiled. "Congratulations, young master, you have a good chance of passing the grand examinations. It's just that young master's face is filled with killing intent, and there's a faint haze on your forehead. You're facing a calamity in terms of luck, and I'm afraid it will be a hindrance." Pei Zi-yun listened to the Taoist priest's words and couldn't help but think about how he had been reincarnated. He had killed his way here, defeated his enemies, killed his enemies, and stole his fortune. Now that Holy Jail sect was watching him, he couldn't help but laugh. This Taoist priest had good foresight. He took out another 100 copper coins and placed it in the merit box before saying, "Many thanks for your auspicious words." The Taoist priest looked at Pei Zi-yun and turned around to leave. Just as she was thinking about this, she heard someone calling out to her. It was a group of worshippers who had come to ask for their divination. The few of them had just arrived on the boat when they heard the boatman calling out, "My dear sirs, have you eaten? The boat is about to set sail again. If you haven't, let's have a meal together." It turned out that while the few of them had gone to pray, the boatman had caught a huge fish. The moment the few of them returned, the boatman invited them to have a meal. The aroma of the fish filled the air, and everyone was hungry. Since they had left in a hurry, they hadn't eaten and were hungry. Elementary scholar E even sat on the boat. The fish was indeed delicious. Eating only the meat wasn't satisfying enough. Hearing the boatman's invitation, a boatman brought a pot of rice wine over and invited them to drink. Pei Zi-yun froze and refused to drink the wine. However, this was a huge fish, and there were more than 10 people eating it. They wouldn't dare to poison it. Besides, the fish was spicy, and as they ate, they began to sweat. At this point, the boatman continued to urge them to drink. Before long, the few of them were getting tipsy. The boat sailed very quickly, and the boatman in charge of the sails had already eaten. Pei Zi-yun looked around and noticed that the boatman was looking at him from time to time. He laughed coldly. "I'm in a hurry, I'll be back soon," Pei Zi-yun purposely said. Everyone waved their hands. "Go, go!" Speaking of which, there weren't any toilets on this boat. Especially for the men. Naturally, they would go to the side of the boat to relieve themselves. At this point, he stood at the side of the boat and saw that the river was wide and the waves were strong. There were mountains on both sides of the river, and the scenery was green. Only the city on the shore was very obvious. He thought to himself, "If I'm not wrong, this is the right time." Just as he was thinking about this, he heard a soft sound. He turned his head and looked out of the corner of his eye. Indeed, the boatman was approaching him stealthily. When he got close, the boat didn't even move. The boatman stretched out his hand and pushed the boat, shouting, "Young master, be careful!" As he neared, he saw Pei Zi-yun looking up at him coldly. Pei Zi-yun's lips curled into a cold smile. He then dodged to the side. When the boatman saw this, he felt that something was wrong. He grabbed onto nothing but air. He staggered and tried to regain his balance. He then felt a sharp pain in his chest. It turned out that the elementary scholar had stretched out his hand and pressed on his back. His entire body was numb, and he couldn't even speak. His body tilted and he fell off the boat. Plop! Water splashed everywhere. This sound could even be heard on the deck. Someone asked, "What's that sound?" The boatman heard it as well, and knew that it was someone sent by the captain. He pretended to be red in the face and stuttered, "What? What sound?" After a few minutes, he finally stood up. The boat continued to move forward. Pei Ziyun saw that the boatman was struggling with all his might, but his body was stiff. In the end, he had a pleading look on his face. Pei Ziyun laughed coldly to himself. Although I can't cultivate Tao arts, such tricks are considered martial arts. I can use them. No matter how many martial arts you have in the water, only death awaits you. He watched as he sank into the water. A few minutes later, he realized something and shouted, "Not good, someone has fallen into the water. Someone has fallen into the water." This shout caused a huge commotion. Everyone who was eating and drinking in their rooms hurriedly came out to take a look. The boatman's head swelled up. That's not right. Why is that the voice of an elementary scholar? Could it be that Master Su has fallen into the water, and not the elementary scholar? The boatman didn't bother pretending to be drunk, and ran towards the side of the boat. Chapter 41. The current was very rapid. The bosun and the elementary scholars heard Pei Ziyun's shouts, and came out to take a look. All they saw was a panicking Pei Ziyun. The bosun was the most nervous. He hurriedly asked Pei Ziyun, "Master Pei, who fell into the river? Can you see him? Tell me quickly, I will call for help." Outside of the boat, the waves of the river crashed against the boat, making the sound of splashing water. Everyone looked at Pei Ziyun. Pei Ziyun's body still reeked of alcohol. He then said, "I drank too much just now and needed to pee. I didn't expect to see this bosun accidentally fall into the water. He must have had too much to drink." As Pei Ziyun said this, he pointed 100 meters away from the boat. The bosun was already prepared and shouted, "Stop the boat, stop the boat. Something's happened. Hurry up and get him out." Not far away, a black shadow could be seen floating in the water. The surface of the water was clear and sparkling. From time to time there would be a whirlpool. Such currents were usually very rapid, and one could not enter the river directly. One had to tie a rope to one's body, or use a small boat to get closer. The bosun was also prepared. Seeing that it was one of his own, he hurriedly ordered the bosun to go over and arrange for a rescue. The currents of the river were very strong. Within a short period of time, the bosun who had fallen into the river was washed even further away. Pei Ziyun looked at him and laughed coldly. If he had fallen into the river and drank so much water, even if he didn't die, he would fall sick. Not only that, he would not be able to pass the examinations, and might even suffer from side effects. The boat sailed over and hooked onto the bosun's clothes. He then used a rope to drag him up. The bosun brought a puddle of water with him, drenching the deck. The bosun immediately shouted, "Hurry up and reverse the water." The other bosun touched him, and felt that he had lost his breath. His whole body was cold. This bosun was about to die, but he still tried to save him. This man was sent by the bosun, and if he died, it would be troublesome. The bosun's body was still soft, but as he tried to save him, his body became stiff. The bosun's heart sank. This man was beyond saving. He sighed and let go of his hands. The surrounding elementary scholars all felt unlucky. They were going to the prefecture to take the imperial examinations, and the most important thing was luck. How could something like this happen? Halfway through their journey, someone fell into the river. How unlucky. They all said, "This guy was drunk on the boat and lost his footing. He deserved to drown." The captain of the boat was speechless. He knew that this man wanted to harm Pei Ziyun, but he didn't know why he had fallen into the river. He then said, "Dear sirs, the death of a person is a huge matter. We shall stop at the next stop, the county, and invite the officials to investigate. When everything is over, we shall send all of you back to the prefecture city." The few elementary scholars did not have any objections. When the captain saw this, he was secretly delighted. As long as he reported this to the captain, he would not have to bear any responsibility. As for the elementary scholars, they could only pray for themselves. Just as he was thinking about this, Pei Ziyun laughed coldly. "Captain, your words are not accurate. You obviously know that our examinations are nearing, and that we will stop at the next county. The officials will be coming and going, and there will be lawsuit. Who knows if we will be able to make it in time for the regional examinations?" Yu Guangmao laughed coldly. "Bosun, you are too cunning. You know that the examinations are nearing. If we stop at the next stop, we might not be able to make it in time for the examinations." Yu Guangmao laughed coldly. "You are so cunning. Since you said that we are only a day away from the capital, let's stop there. There are officials there too. Brother Yu is right. Are you trying to delay my imperial examinations?" Some of the elementary scholars were enraged. It was just one elementary scholar. 7 or 8 elementary scholars together would be a formidable force. The bosun looked up at Pei Ziyun, his heart filled with shock. This bosun wanted to harm this elementary scholar, and yet he died. Now that he had seen through his intentions, he had his suspicions. However, the other party was an elementary scholar, and he did not dare to say anything. He ordered the bosun to set sail. It was noon, and the sun was blazing hot. Just one person drowned was bad luck. The few of them felt heavy in their hearts. The captain was smoking a water pipe, and his heart was heavy. He sat at the side and smacked his lips. No one knew what he was thinking. The wrinkles on his forehead seemed to have become more obvious. He smacked his lips and frowned from time to time. He took a few deep puffs of the water pipe, and could only hear the gurgling sound. Prefecture City, Gaochui Monastery. Zhang Jieyu and Li Wenjing had arrived at the prefecture and were staying in this monastery. Li Wenjing laughed. This monastery used to belong to a family. Something happened to the owner, and it has been deserted for over 10 years. The yard is full of weeds and badgers. Our sect bought it, refurbished the antler, and divided it into 3 parts. After moving the old tree, the leaves are still lush. It's amazing. Under the sunlight, Zhang Jieyu listened to the sound of the boiling tea, but his expression didn't look right. Li Wenjing was sipping tea with Zhang Jieyu. When he saw Zhang Jieyu's expression, he asked, "Young master, are you worried about Pei Ziyun?" When Zhang Jieyu heard Li Wenjing's words, a strange expression appeared on his face. When Li Wenjing saw Zhang Jieyu's expression, he smiled and said, "Young master, don't worry. I have already sent people according to the plan. Even if they can't harm him, they can still stop him." Hearing Li Wenjing's words, Zhang Jieyu relaxed and drank a cup of tea. The next afternoon, the boat had traveled for an entire day and night before reaching the prefecture city. The bosun's face was dark and gloomy as he called for the bosun to report the incident. The elementary scholars didn't look too well either. They weren't sleeping well. Their faces were pale and they had dark circles under their eyes. They were seated around a table on the first floor, waiting for the constable to arrive. The bosun went out. After about an hour, he heard a commotion outside. He looked up and saw the bosun leading a constable towards the boat. This constable had a baleful look on his face. He held a knife in his hand and was followed by 2 bailiffs. The bailiffs following the constable had chains in their hands and a metal ruler in their hand. They chased the crowd away. "Make way, make way. The bailiffs are handling a case, don't crowd around." Some of the people in the crowd were cursing under their breaths, while others were discussing what had happened. Why were the bailiffs here? They're definitely here to arrest someone. Didn't you see the bailiffs behind the constable? They're all wearing chains. The constable had received a report that someone had died on the boat. He wasn't sure if it was a murder or a drowning. The constable hurriedly brought his men over. When he boarded the boat, he was shocked. The people on the boat were all elementary scholars. Could it be that one of them had died? This was a huge matter. When he entered the cabin and removed the white cloth covering the corpse, he was greeted with a pungent smell. He covered his nose and took a closer look. It was a dirty boatswain, not an elementary scholar. Death was a small matter. The constable rolled his eyes and had an idea. He wanted to teach the boatswain a lesson. Maybe he could get some benefits out of him. As he thought of this, he called for the bailiffs to call the boatswain over. The bailiff shouted, "How dare you? You're not kneeling down when you see the constable?" The constable wasn't considered an official. He could only be considered a bailiff. However, these bailiffs had a lot of authority. With a shout from the bailiff, the boatswain was so frightened that he knelt down. According to the boatswain had caught a huge fish yesterday afternoon. They had prepared some wine for the elementary scholar. The boatswain had gone to eat and had fallen into the river. The boatswain wanted to report the case to the local authorities, but the elementary scholar didn't allow it. Hearing the boatswain's words, the constable laughed coldly. The elementary scholar was preparing for the autumn examinations. How could he allow you to delay him? The constable walked around the white cloth covering the corpse and thought for a while. He then turned around and glared at the boatswain fiercely. He then shouted, "How dare you? Tell me the truth. Did you and the boatswain conspire against the elementary scholar? Did something happen and you fell into the river? Tell me the truth. When I report this, I might be able to ask the master to give you a lighter sentence." The boatswain heard this shout and felt guilty. He was so frightened that his legs turned to jelly. He hurriedly kowtowed and begged for mercy. "Your Excellency, how would I dare to harm the elementary scholar? This boatswain drank too much and fell into the river. It's not my fault." The constable had only intended to scare the boatswain. Seeing the boatswain so frightened, he was overjoyed. It seemed like the boatswain was a soft persimmon. It was time to squeeze more benefits out of him. He then shouted, "Follow me into the cabin." The boatswain was speechless and could only follow. He then heard the constable say with a smile, "But this matter is a matter of time. If you are willing to fork out some money, the elementary scholar will be fine. I can help you out and get rid of this crime. If not, you will be in big trouble." The boatswain was a smart man. At first, he was afraid that he would be guilty. But after hearing these words, his heart was clear. The constable did not suspect anything at all. That's right, the elementary scholar will be fine. It's just a lowly boatswain who died. The boatswain wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and asked, "Your Excellency, how much do I need?" Hearing the boatswain's words, the constable stretched out 5 fingers. The boatswain was shocked. 5 taels. As soon as he said this, he sat down on the floor. The constable looked at him and said, 5 taels, not a lot. If you were to get a lawsuit, it would not be settled with just 5 taels. Before long, the constable came out smiling and bowed to the elementary scholar. He then concluded the case. "My dear sirs, you've been frightened. It's just a drunken boatswain who drowned. It's not a big deal. This case is closed. My dear sirs, please go ahead." As he said this, he took his leave and climbed up the step. He then played with the 5 taels of silver in his hands in satisfaction. When they were far away from the boat, the constable looked at the 2 bailiffs behind him and tossed them 5 taels of silver. "You've followed me out for a while. This little bit of silver is for you 2 brothers. Don't speak of this matter any more." The 2 bailiffs thanked him profusely, and were extremely grateful. Pei Ziyun had prepared many things to say in order to deal with this constable. He didn't expect the constable to close the case so hastily and be so polite to him. He only asked him a few questions. Pei Ziyun's brows relaxed. Looks like this matter is over. I'm not an ancient person after all. I don't understand the power of an elementary scholar. And he's just an elementary scholar. If he were a high scholar, I'm afraid he wouldn't even bother to ask. Just as he was thinking about this, the case was over. The elementary scholars started to pack their luggage and left. This delay lasted until evening. Pei Ziyun got off the boat. At this point, the sky was getting darker. He noticed that there were passengers on the other boat and felt strange. He walked up and asked, "There are still boats that leave at night?" A coxswain came out from within. This coxswain had tanned skin, and when he saw Pei Ziyun, he hurriedly welcomed him and said, "Of course there is. The water is flat, and it's twice as fast to get to the county below. We'll be there in a moment." When Pei Ziyun heard this, he thought to himself, "Hey, the heavens are helping me. I remember that Li Wenjing's residence is downstream, not far from the shore." He looked at the boat for a long time before leaving. Chapter 42. Prefecture City. Pei Ziyun walked along the street. On both sides of the street there were restaurants, tea houses, noodle stalls, food stalls, rice shops and even a cloth shop. The cloth shop was about to close for the day. It was already evening, and there were many people on the street. Amongst them, there were a few young students dressed in green robes strolling around. Just as they left the pier, the 4 elementary scholars seemed to have been frightened, or perhaps they were already on their way. The moment they disembarked from the boat, they left in a hurry. Pei Ziyun had wanted to say something, but seeing that they had already left, he did not call out to them. The street continued to stretch forward. As the sky darkened, many vendors hung lanterns in front of their doors, illuminating the street. Many porters walked past him, carrying loads of goods on their shoulders. With every step they took, the load swayed along with them. In front of him, an elementary scholar was walking out of a shop carrying some goods. Pei Ziyun walked forward and saw a sign hanging on the door. It was dark at night, and when he got closer, he could see the sign clearly. It read, "Li's Goods Shop." There were a few oil lamps lit up in the shop, illuminating the interior of the shop. As soon as he entered the shop, the owner of the shop came out to welcome him. "Young master, are you here to buy some 4th-ranked gifts to visit the master? My shop has everything you need, and I guarantee that you will be satisfied." Pei Ziyun walked around the shop and saw that the goods were indeed good. He then took a fruit and ate it. He then nodded his head and waved his hands. "Boss, this is not bad. Give me a gift bag of 4 boxes and that will do." He paused before saying, "Give me a gift box with gold threads." The boss hurriedly acknowledged and instructed his assistant to pack up the gift. He then personally served Pei Ziyun tea. Pei Ziyun had only taken a few sips when the assistant carried the gift box over to him. After paying the money, Pei Ziyun asked the boss about the tribute courtyard. When he heard that Pei Ziyun wanted to go there, the boss walked out of the shop and pointed to a tall building in the distance. "Young master, the tribute courtyard is there." Pei Ziyun raised his head and looked in the direction that the boss was pointing. The night was dark, and he could only see the silhouette of a building. He thanked the boss and walked in that direction. Before long, he saw the tribute courtyard. There were 2 lanterns hanging on the left and right side of the stairs to the tribute courtyard. There was a golden plaque at the front door with 2 majestic gilded words, "Tribute Courtyard." At night, the stars were still bright, but the ground was dark. Under the lantern, there were 2 soldiers armed with swords standing guard. A few elementary scholars came closer to take a look, but did not approach. It's all about knowing the way. Pei Ziyun had no intention of barging in. The great Sui dynasty had established a system of rules. The county schools were called academies, the prefectures were called academies, the provinces were called academies, and the central government was called academies. The academy basically had no guards, only a gatekeeper. There were guards in the academy, but they were not equipped with swords. The provincial tribute courtyard was an important place for academic. There were already guards armed with swords. Trespassers would be arrested if they got off lightly or killed if they got off lightly. No one wanted to break into the tribute courtyard. But my residence is very close. The mentor gave me a handwritten letter and instructed me to find a place to stay. It's not far from the tribute courtyard and is very convenient. It must be a good friend of the mentor. Pei Zi-yun started searching around the tribute courtyard. Indeed, not long after, he saw a mansion. The mansion was neither big nor small. There was a plaque on the door that read Fu Mansion. On both sides of the door were 2 rows of couplets. The couplets were not very clear at night, and he could still make out the words written on them. He walked up and knocked on the door. Before long, he heard the door open. When he got closer, he saw a servant carrying a lantern. Pei Zi-yun hurriedly explained the purpose of his visit. When the servant heard that he was recommended by an old friend of his master, he looked at the letter and said, "Young master, please wait a moment." As soon as he finished speaking, he hurriedly went in to report. Before long, the servant came out and led Pei Zi-yun into a courtyard. They walked along a wooden walkway. The servant led Pei Zi-yun a few steps and said, "Be careful, young master. There's a staircase here." As he said this, he turned around and used the lantern in his hands to illuminate the staircase. A staircase appeared, leading up to the main hall. There were several lamps in the main hall, and there were some orchids and bamboos on the lampshade. There were paintings and calligraphy hanging on the walls. In the middle of the hall sat a middle-aged man, about 40 years old. He had a beard and was dressed in embroidered robes. He was skinny and held a scroll in his hands. The servant whispered, "Young master, that's High Scholar Fu, Master Fu." Pei Zi-yun hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. "Student pays his respects to Master Fu." He then handed the letter over. The high scholar put down the book in his hands and received the letter. He then looked at it and said, "So you're a scholar recommended by an old friend. You're welcome. I shall arrange for you to stay here." He then turned to the servant, "Call the housekeeper over to arrange a place for this young master to stay." Pei Zi-yun heard an AI sound and looked up. He saw a little girl's face peeking through the curtain on the right side of the hall. She looked to be about 11 or 12 years old, and was very pretty. However, she was still a little girl. Just as Pei Zi-yun was thinking about this, the little girl looked over and was taken aback. She then shrank back and disappeared behind the curtain. Behind the curtain, there was a beautiful window, and the air was filled with the fragrance of orchids. A beautiful woman was brewing tea. Seeing the little girl being caught peeking and retreating back, she raised a finger and said, "You mischievous little girl." The beautiful woman carried the tea out and turned around to see the little girl rubbing her forehead. She then laughed and said, "Don't mess around." She then carried the tea out. Just as Pei Zi-yun was speaking to High Scholar Fu, the curtain on the right side of the door opened. A beautiful woman with her hair tied up in a bun walked out with a cup of tea. This woman was very elegant and dignified. As she served the tea, she walked past Pei Zi-yun and glanced at him. Pei Zi-yun felt his eyelids twitch as he raised his head to look at the woman. She looked very familiar, but he couldn't remember who she was. Just as the woman handed him the tea, a servant came in to report, "Master, there are 4 more young masters who have come to visit. This is the invitation card." The servant then handed the invitation card to Master Fu. Master Fu held the invitation card in his hands and looked at it. He then thought for some time before saying, "Invite these 4 in." He then turned around and spoke to the beautiful woman, "Mistress Cloud, please pour another 4 cups of tea." "Yes, master." The beautiful woman carried the tea tray back to the room and prepared the tea. As she entered the room, the little girl from earlier squeezed in and asked, "Mistress, what do you think of this person?" The beautiful woman then stretched out her hands and knocked the little girl on her head. "Little Xia, don't mess around. I'll tell you when I'm done." The beautiful woman then continued preparing the tea, and started boiling it. The little girl was holding her head in her hands, her eyes were wide open, and her face was full of grievance. Pei Ziyun picked up the cup of tea and noticed that it was slightly hot. He blew on it to dissipate the steam and took a sip. He then felt a refreshing feeling in his heart. He then thought to himself, good tea. After some time, a servant led him in. It was Yu Guang Mao and the others. When they saw Pei Ziyun drinking his tea, they paused and smiled. So Brother Pei is here to visit Master Fu as well. As he said this, he bowed to Master Fu. The few of them sat down. Yu Guang Mao, an elementary scholar, had met Pei Ziyun on the boat a few days ago. Now that they've met, they sat down beside Pei Ziyun. Old Master Fu looked at them and smiled. Since the few elementary scholars have been recommended by someone, you should all stay here and prepare for the examinations. As he said this, he took a sip of the tea that Mistress Cloud had just served. Master Fu had a good reputation and often helped students. If an elementary scholar was recommended by someone, they would be able to stay here until the examinations were over. However, they could only stay for one term. Yu Guang Mao, an elementary scholar, didn't want to bring their recommendation letters here. However, as the examinations were nearing, the prices of the inns in the prefecture had increased. Even if the four of them pooled their money, they wouldn't be able to find a good inn. Staying in a bad inn was a small matter, but they were afraid that it would be a mess. This was the examinations, and they couldn't afford to make any mistakes. Hence, after searching for a while, they couldn't find an inn that they could stay in. Hence, they brought their recommendation letters to Fu Mansion. As the few of them were chatting, the curtain on the right side of the door opened. Mistress Cloud was serving tea once again. She looked dignified and beautiful. The few elementary scholars who had just arrived had never seen such a beautiful lady before. They couldn't help but blush and lowered their heads, not daring to look at her. Only Yu Guang Mao was calm, but he avoided looking at the beautiful lady. The beautiful lady used a tray and brought 4 cups of tea. Her eyes swept across the few newcomers, and the other 2 elementary scholars. Her gaze lingered on Yu Guang Mao and elementary scholar but when she looked at elementary scholar she felt it was a pity. Even after the beautiful lady had left, the 3 elementary scholars didn't dare to raise their heads. Ever since Pei Ziyun had started practicing the 100 Beasts illustration, his senses had improved tremendously. He could hear elementary scholar murmuring softly, "See no evil, hear no evil, look no evil." Hearing this, Pei Ziyun picked up his teacup and took a sip. A thought flashed through his mind, this beautiful lady, I remember now. Isn't she Free Cloud Sec's senior Aunt Yun? That Luoli just now, is the future senior sister Chu Xia? At that moment, he understood, all the sects have their bases in the prefecture. Senior Aunt Yun is trying to find out which of the elementary scholars are fated to take the examinations? Just as the beautiful lady opened the door and walked in, the little girl walked up to her and asked, "Aunt, now that you're done with your work, can you tell me about the people who came today?" Hearing the little girl's curious question, she stretched out her hand and pinched the little girl's cheek. "You." She placed the tray of tea down and pulled the little girl along with her as they walked into the inner courtyard. The first thing that caught her eye was a pond. In the middle of the pond there was a small bridge. Beside it there were many strange rocks. These strange rocks were stacked on top of each other, and there were many strange flowers and plants growing on them. Hearing the sound of water splashing, they looked over and saw that it was the sound of fishes jumping and playing in the water. After crossing the bridge, they arrived at a residence. This residence was 2 stories high, and there were 2 huge red pillars supporting the second floor. Inside the door there were candles. The candlelight shone through the gauze, illuminating the entire courtyard. There was no need for a lantern to see clearly. She pushed open the door and entered the room. After taking a look around, the beautiful lady said, "Little Xia, in future, do not speak of such things outside. If word gets out, it will be bad for you. After reprimanding little Sieur, she then started to talk about what she had seen today. There were many people who came today, but most of them were mediocre. The beautiful lady spoke before pausing for some time. Seeing the curious look on little Sieur's face, she then continued, perhaps only 2 or 3 of them could pass the examinations and become high scholars. Chapter 43. As soon as Mistress Cloud said this, the faces of Pei Ziyun, Yu Guangmao and elementary scholar Yi flashed through her mind. Based on their appearances and auras, she could guess who would most likely become a high scholar. As she thought this, she turned to the little girl, that Yu Guangmao may be considered poor now, but his aura of riches has already appeared. If he were to use it on literary matters, he would definitely become a 7th-ranked official. If he were to use it on financial matters, he would definitely be rich. Little Xia, you have to know that we have a tacit understanding with the imperial court. We can be on good terms with such people, but we cannot allow them to enter the Dao. If they do, it would be a violation of the imperial qi. There's also that Yi Quan. He has the aura of a scholar, but he does not have the aura of riches. Although it can change one's fate, he has to be extremely talented, and needs to be appreciated by others. Whether or not he becomes a high scholar is still uncertain. If he doesn't, then he has no chance of becoming a high scholar. Can we allow him to enter the Dao? Luoli raised her hand and asked. Our Free Cloud sect is considered a large sect. An elementary scholar is not enough. Let's see what happens. Mistress Cloud declined to comment further. There's another person, Pei Ziyun. His aura is somewhat strange. The beautiful woman paused, as if deep in thought. The little girl heard her aunt pause and asked, Aunt, what's so strange about this? From his appearance, this person has a cold and lonely aura. If you look closely, you can see that he has inscriptions. His ancestors are weak, and an elementary scholar is his limit. But now there's a layer of good fortune enveloping him, and changing his fate. But the main reason is because of his wealth. What's even rarer is that the aura of a scholar is extremely strong. It's bright red and has the shape of a book. It's obvious that he's studying. After a few years, he might even become a high scholar. His face is filled with killing intent. I'm afraid he's killed someone recently. The little girl had a confused look on her face. Isn't that good? In the future, he will be able to comprehend the Tao by 30%. He will be able to cultivate with twice the effort for half the result. With the blessings of his ancestors, he will only be an elementary scholar. He does not have much of an air of nobility, and his fate has yet to exceed that of a high scholar. Even if we were to take over the imperial court, we would not be able to say anything. It's just that this person's forehead is filled with killing intent and a baleful aura. That should be a military qi or a tribulation qi. The Grand Su has just been established and the world is moving towards peace. I'm afraid that if we lead such a person into the Tao, it will be detrimental to our sect, said the beautiful woman hesitantly. The little Lolita sternly said, Auntie, didn't you always teach me that we cultivators from the outside world have to be self-reliant and self-confident? We fight with all living beings in this world for a chance to achieve the Tao. Since there is a fight, how can there not be murderous aura? I think highly of this person. When the beautiful woman heard the little Loli's words, she stretched out a finger and pointed at her forehead. She smiled and said, You're a strange little girl. You're smart and talented. Even I can't see things as clearly as you. An idea formed in his mind. Hearing the beautiful woman's words, the little Loli stuck out her tongue and ran away. That night, Fu Mansion was brightly lit. There was a banquet being held for the few elementary scholars. None of them had eaten, so they just ate. Because it was an impromptu banquet, it wasn't very big. There were only a few chickens, some vegetables and fruits, and a flask of wine. The elementary scholars were invited to enjoy the feast. The few elementary scholars toasted High Scholar Fu, praising him for his talent and reputation. High Scholar Fu smiled and accepted it. This was an investment. As long as some of the elementary scholars who stayed in High Scholar Fu's house were chosen, it would mean that they had a good relationship with the elementary scholars. Little by little, they would accumulate a lot of good fortune. After the banquet was over, a housekeeper came to invite the elementary scholars to their guest rooms. Yu Guangmao held up a fan and fanned himself gently. If High Scholar Fu is like this, then life will not be in vain. Before the few elementary scholars left, they glanced at the curtains, as if they wanted to see the beautiful woman again. Pei Ziyun looked at their expressions and laughed. He then followed the housekeeper to the guest rooms. The night gradually quietened down. A few crickets were chirping in the courtyard, bringing a sense of liveliness to the night. The housekeeper led the way along the corridor. This corridor was built along the walls. Every 10 meters there was a red pillar. There were some flowers and plants planted along the corridor. Under the illumination of the lanterns by the servants, some of the flowers could be seen. However, it was very dark at night. Looks like it's a type of Dao technique or feng shui. I'm not sure of the specific effects, but it can be used to expel evil spirits, increase one's health, and increase one's wealth. Pei Ziyun realized that Mistress Cloud was his senior uncle. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had begged Zhao Ning to help him, but now that he had improved, he had met senior Uncle Yun. Pei Ziyun took note of this and used some of the knowledge the original owner had. According to the original owner's knowledge, feng shui is a minor Dao. Furthermore, there is a limit to the amount of wealth between heaven and earth. It increases with the increase in population and resources. It cannot be obtained out of thin air. Therefore, other worlds do not know, but this world's feng shui is to absorb some of the scattered wealth of the people, so there is no great wealth at all, at least the original owner did not learn it. However, even if there is a little bit of wealth, it's actually obtained from the commoners. It's just that it's relatively mild and within the rules. Even if there is a little bit of wealth, it's probably an annual income of 1,000 taels of silver. It's a pity that I don't have any Dao techniques now. I can't see clearly. He walked along the corridor and passed through a moon gate. Suddenly there was light and he entered a new environment. What he saw was a courtyard. There were buildings on 3 sides of the courtyard and there were 2 floors. There were lights in the rooms and the sound of reading could be heard. It turned out that this courtyard was a guest room for scholars. There was a pond in the middle of the courtyard, and there were some strange stones piled up in it. There were 3 or 4 rooms in the courtyard that were all lit up, and bright candlelight shone out from the rooms. The housekeeper led the way and said, "Gentlemen, please come this way." The housekeeper led the way and arranged rooms for the elementary scholars to stay in. Pei Ziyun followed the instructions and entered the room. The servant carried a lantern into the room and lit the candles. The room was immediately lit up. Soon after, the servant took out a flint from a drawer and placed it on the table. This was for Pei Ziyun to use. Pei Ziyun followed the servant into the room and saw a round table with a few stools beside it. There was a tea tray on the table and a teapot. There were several teacups placed around the table. "Husband, this is the stove. You can brew your own tea. 3 meals a day, please come to the main hall. If there's an emergency, you can summon me." As he spoke, the servant carried the lantern and retreated out of the room. Pei Ziyun walked around the room. The stove is a coal stove? I didn't expect this world to have such technology. There was a cabinet on the left, which separated the room into a semi-independent space. Pei Ziyun walked in and saw a study table inside. There were several paintings hanging on the wall. To the left of the study table, there were 2 bookshelves filled with books. Pei Ziyun flipped through them and realized that there were many books inside. There were also many books written by the predecessors of the imperial examinations. He flipped through a few of them and realized that they were not bad. There was a window on the study table, which was closed. Pei Ziyun walked over and pushed it open. A gust of wind blew in. There was a bed on the right side of the room, and the blankets were all laid out. He touched the blankets and felt that they were soft. He then took down his sword and hung it at the head of the bed. He then lay down on the bed, deep in thought. The study environment is not bad. Old Master Fu is really attentive. But I remember that the original owner did not see this person at Free Cloud Sect. It must be a reciprocal relationship. Should I try to make use of this opportunity? Or should I choose a better sect while I'm still young? Just as he was thinking, the beautiful Mistress Cloud and the little girl sat in front of the mirror. The mistress held a jade scepter in her hands, while the little girl acted coquettishly. "Aunt, this time let me cast the spell, please. I've cultivated my spiritual intelligence, let me use it." The beautiful mistress smiled and said, "Little Xia, be good. You're still young, and need to maintain your spiritual intelligence. Don't waste too much energy. That's the most important thing. When you're older, I'll let you do it." As soon as she finished speaking, she conjured a spell. A white ray of light shot out from the mistress' hands and into the jade scepter. The jade scepter started to emit a faint red light. The light then shone into the mirror. The little girl stood at the side and pouted. "You just don't want me to play. Why do you want me to maintain my spiritual intelligence?" She was unhappy with her aunt's arrangement, and pouted angrily. The mirror lit up. A courtyard was reflected in the mirror. The mistress gently tapped on the mirror, and the scene zoomed in, changing into 7 or 8 scenes. 7 or 8 elementary scholars appeared in the mirror. Pei Ziyun felt his eyelids twitch, as though he was being spied on. Pei Ziyun's eyes narrowed, as a murderous look appeared in his eyes. He looked around cautiously, but did not see anyone. "Aya, this big brother is so scary." The little girl, Xie, looked at Pei Ziyun and saw his murderous eyes. She was frightened and took a few steps back. She had a frightened expression on her face as she asked the mistress, "Aunt, did this big brother discover us? The look in his eyes just now scared me." The mistress was shocked by the look in Pei Ziyun's eyes as well. She thought for some time, "This elementary scholar knows martial arts, and his killing intent is very strong. He's also very sensitive, and could sense that we were spying on him. It's just that he doesn't know any spells, and couldn't find him. When I was observing him earlier, I said that he had a murderous look on his face, as though he had killed someone in the past few days. From the looks of it now, I'm afraid it wasn't just a look, it's definitely true." When the little girl heard the mistress say this, her eyes lit up. Then this big brother might be able to use martial arts to enter the Tao. "Aunt, you should hurry and recruit him. That way, I'll have another disciple who will listen to me, and help me bully other disciples." Mistress Cloud had a smile on her face, and was very satisfied. She didn't expect the little girl to say something like this. She then pinched the little girl's nose viciously, and scolded her for being naughty. Within the room, Pei Ziyun looked around the room. The feeling of being spied on was still there, and his heart skipped a beat. Could it be that he was being spied on by Tao arts? It's just that he didn't have spiritual intelligence, and couldn't be sure. However, no matter what, the imperial examinations are only a few days away. The imperial chi of the imperial court is still on high alert, and I'm being watched over. I should be fine. I should just focus on my studies. Pei Ziyun thought to himself as he retracted his vigilant expression. He picked up a book and started reading it out loud. Chapter 44. Prefecture City, Shipowner's stronghold. Within a dark and gloomy hall, a man dressed in black robes sat in the middle of the hall. A few men wielding swords stood by the side, their faces cold. The captain of the boat smashed the teacup in his hands onto the floor, and glared at the man kneeling on the floor. The person kneeling on the ground was the captain of the boat. He was trembling and crying as he reported, Master, I really don't know why the captain you sent would drown in the water, while the elementary scholar was safe and sound. I followed the captain's plan and cooked a big fish for the elementary scholars to eat. I even drank some wine. It was only natural that something like this would happen, and nobody would find it strange. Furthermore, the elementary scholar Pei had drunk some wine and went out to relieve himself. The captain followed him out. After a while, I heard the sound of someone falling into the river. I thought that the captain had succeeded. Who knew that the one who died was the captain? The captain did all these things on his own and hid them from me. I really don't know the details. The captain knelt down in front of the shipowner, his entire body trembling as he spoke. He was filled with fear, and his forehead was covered in sweat. The captain had died on the boat. If he didn't come and beg for forgiveness, there would be no place for him on the Lu River. Seeing the captain in such a state, the shipowner didn't say much. He signaled to a black-robed man, who then walked out of the door. Before long, he returned with 2 men carrying a coffin. Since the captain had died, even if the case was closed, the captain wouldn't dare to bury him. He found someone to buy a coffin and brought it back to the shipowner. The shipowner walked up and opened the coffin. He saw a pale white face, purple lips, and a swollen body lying in the coffin. "Tear it open and see," the shipowner ordered. A cold-looking man stepped forward and took out a pair of pliers and clamped the body from head to toe. He then used a silver needle and placed it on the body, checking for any signs of injury. After some time, he raised his head and said, "Master shipowner, the head, chest, abdomen, bones, and throat are all unharmed. Using the silver needle, there are no signs of poisoning." He then placed his hand on the stomach of the corpse and saw the corpse spit out water. It smelled of alcohol. This was a sign of drowning. There's no problem. He drowned because he drank too much. Are you sure? Master Duo, we have been doing this for generations. You should trust us. When the shipowner heard this, he was furious. He scolded, "That bastard! He drank too much and drowned in the river. He even ruined our plan." The shipowner walked a few steps, as if he was deep in thought. After some time, he sighed and said, "This elementary scholar's life is tough. He managed to kill our leader. We should have sent more people to deal with this. Now we've failed." After he finished speaking, he glared at the captain and said, "He too, this has nothing to do with you. Give the captain 50 taels of silver and you can leave." When the captain heard this, he hurriedly retreated while trembling. Only when he was out of the door did he fiercely wipe away the cold sweat on his forehead. "Sect leader has instructed me to do a bad job. I have to find someone to help me." The shipowner thought to himself as he instructed, "Go get the Taoist leader." Very quickly, a middle-aged Taoist came over. He had 2 serving maids playing around with him. When they entered the main hall, the 2 serving maids beside the Taoist saw a coffin in front of them. They screamed out in shock. The middle-aged Taoist hugged the 2 maidservants and played with them. He then said loudly, "Li Ji, why did you place a coffin in this hall?" The middle-aged Taoist didn't seem to care about the shipowner at all and called him by his name. The shipowner wasn't angry at all. He waved his hands and ordered his men to leave. "I have something to say. Chase these 2 serving maids out." The Taoist raised his head and looked at the shipowner suspiciously. "Li Ji, these 2 are my personal serving maids. If you have something to say, just say it. There's no need to beat around the bush." The shipowner looked at the Taoist. His eyes were filled with anger and fear. He then said, "This is young master's business." As soon as the shipowner finished speaking, the Taoist's expression changed as well. He pushed the serving maids away and said, "Both of you leave. Wait for me outside." The 2 serving maids were obedient. They listened to the Taoist's words and left. The helm master then said, "Something went wrong when young master asked me to do it. The man I sent drowned. Pei Ziyun is safe and sound. I hope you can help me plead with young master. Within a year, I will give you 10 virgins. Pleading is a small matter. I am young master's senior uncle. Although I am only an inner disciple, this matter is not a big deal. The Taoist paced back and forth before saying, but what's going on? That elementary scholar is fine, but the person we sent died. The shipowner hesitated for some time before telling the Taoist what had happened. The Taoist squinted his eyes and looked at the coffin. Indeed, he had drowned. He then scolded, not enough to accomplish anything, but more than enough to spoil things. The shipowner then walked up and handed over some banknotes to the Taoist. When the Taoist saw that they were banknotes, he felt that they were thick and solid. A smile then appeared on his face. He then pretended to be angry. It's not that shipowner didn't put in the effort. It's just that this servant didn't do his job well. I shall report the truth and not let shipowner be wronged. Prefecture City, Gaochue Monastery. Although the area was isolated from the outside world, and the bamboo garden was quiet and secluded, there was a young lady who was singing to the tune of a song. Zhang Jieyu listened to her and asked, "Has the bestowment of the monastery been done?" "Young master, after much effort, it's finally been done. We couldn't get a title, but the bestowment was done." Desu had inherited the previous dynasty's system, and had a strict system for Taoist temples that were related to deities. One was to include them in official ceremonies, even if it was a local ceremony. The other was to only acknowledge them. Every Taoist sect has their own titles, only my holy jail sect has it hard. However, to be able to receive a title in the city means that it's legal and can't be taken down. Furthermore, the door to being bestowed titles has been opened. Li Wenjing looked out of the window, his eyes gleamed as he said, "As for being included in the official ceremonies, that's difficult, too difficult. Of course it's too far." Zhang Jieyu laughed. "But with this stronghold, we can have some men in the city." As he spoke, he took out a wooden box and opened it. Inside were some documents. "These are the properties that we've infiltrated over the years. Take a look." Just as Li Wenjing was about to speak, he heard a knock on the door. "Young master, there's news from the river branch of the prefecture." The moment the door opened, a black-robed man walked in, holding a letter in his hands. Zhang Jieyu received the letter and tore it open. When he finished reading, he was enraged. "Bastard! You can't even handle such a small matter." According to the report, Juning drank too much and drowned in the river. As he spoke, he waved a hand for the black-robed man to leave. His expression was cold and hesitant. He then turned to Li Wenjing and asked, "Are you sure this bastard doesn't have any Dao arts? I feel that there's something fishy going on." Li Wenjing frowned. "Young master, we've investigated this matter multiple times. Free Cloud sect didn't accept Pei Ziyun as their disciple. Hence, it's impossible for him to have any Dao art." Zhang Jieyu then stopped hesitating and said angrily, "This kid's luck isn't bad. He's made a few mistakes in his plans. I can't take this lying down. I've heard that he has an old mother. I'd like to make a move on her. What do you think?" Li Wenjing stood up. "Young master, every village has its own plot of land. Now that the examinations are taking place, it's a sensitive period. All the immortals will be paying attention. Besides, Slow River County is Free Cloud sect's territory. Snail Village has been the residence of Free Cloud sect's Zhao Ning for many years. Who knows, there might be some history between them. It's fine for us to plant a pawn here. But if we do that, we will have to deal with the Imperial Qi and Free Cloud sect. The gains won't make up for the losses. Besides, I've already sent a letter back to the sect to ask my fellow disciple to investigate. If this person doesn't have any relations with Zhao Ning, then we can make a move on his family." Zhang Jieyu was enraged. "This won't do, that won't do. I can't take this lying down." As he said this, he swept the teapot and books off the table and onto the floor. After a long time, he finally calmed down. His eyes were dark as he said, "When the examinations are over, I will let him know what it means to be furious." "That's right. That Tangjin, since he's so useless, we shall wait for him to be stripped of his title. He will no longer be under the influence of the imperial qi, and let him drown." Li Wenjing felt that it was a pity. Tangjin had some literary talent, but he wouldn't go against Zhang Jieyu for the sake of this person. He then replied, "I'll do it now." Fu Mansion. The mirror reflected the scholar's courtyard. After a few days of observation, Pei Ziyun was extremely well behaved. Every day, he would read books, practice calligraphy, and study the meaning of the scriptures. Every time it was time, he would come out to eat. The little girl, Xier, was watching from the side with a bored look on her face. She then said unhappily, "This big brother is good at martial arts, and has a killing aura about him. I thought he would practice martial arts, or go out in the middle of the night to do something heroic. Who would have thought that all he does is read books, practice calligraphy, and ponder over them? How boring." As soon as the little loli finished speaking, the beautiful Mistress Cloud poked the little loli's forehead harshly. "You little lass, you've been reading too many of those weird novels all day long. All you know is to fight and kill, to uphold justice." The beautiful mistress then looked at Pei Ziyun, who was studying hard in the mirror, and said, "Not only is this kid sharp, his temperament isn't bad either. I didn't expect him to be able to study like this for the past few days. He has perseverance." The beautiful mistress looked at Pei Ziyun and was very impressed. As soon as she finished speaking, she took out a piece of paper and placed it in her hand. After looking at it for some time, she said, "Little Sir, a few days ago, your father came up with the questions, and this Pei Ziyun did it. Your father even praised him, saying that he has the demeanor of a grand scholar. If he were to take the exam, I'm afraid he has a high chance of becoming a grand scholar." The little girl had a look of anticipation on her face as she said, "Aunt, doesn't that mean we have to guide this big brother to enter the Tao now? If he becomes a grand scholar, we won't be able to do anything about it." The mistress sighed and said, "I'm afraid such a talented person might not be able to enter the Tao easily. Besides, I've heard that senior brother Ning has some sort of relationship with him. Before senior brother Ning says that he doesn't want to enter the Tao, we shouldn't compete with him. We don't want to create a rift between us." Humph, Aunt, you're thinking too much. Do you think that senior Uncle Ning's faction is stronger than ours? You've been reading too many strange books. The moment you open your mouth, you start spouting nonsense. The beautiful mistress poked the little girl's forehead and said, "You're not allowed to read those books in the future." Chapter 45. The autumn examinations were nearing, and it started to drizzle. The autumn rain brought with it a chill that pierced through the heart. Pei Ziyun stayed in his room to revise and put on a new set of clothes. Pushing open the window, he saw a flight of stairs in front of the loft. A few servants were sweeping the fallen leaves. Further away there were green tiles on the roof. Raindrops dripped onto the tiles and landed on the green stone floor. The elementary scholars who stayed in the courtyard had been going out less recently. The courtyard was filled with the sounds of people reading, especially in the morning. Tomorrow is the prefecture examinations. Pei Ziyun was also revising and reading the essay. It was different from the last time. This time, he was full of confidence. Just by reciting the essay, he could feel the essence of the scripture circulating in his mind. "Today, I finally understand what it means to be confident and calm." He put down the book and picked up a local chronicle from the bookshelf. Local chronicles were books that recorded the history, culture, famous people, and geography of a region. Usually, it was a record of a province, county, or county. In his previous life, Pei Ziyun had been focused on reading when he entered Free Cloud Sect. When he entered Free Cloud Sect, he wanted to revive Free Cloud Sect. Hence, He did not read up on the local customs and practices. The local chronicles in his hands recorded the events of the previous dynasty. He flipped through a few pages. The ambition of a man in a county is not just for show. Because of the revolution, the gains and losses are tested. The essence of the book is simple and concise, but complicated. If the matter is not examined, there is no way to reflect on the past. If the speech is not complete, there is no way to wait for the future. It is a must to read, to make one feel as if he had grown up in the land, to be familiar with the state of the land. Just as he was about to take a closer look, he heard a knock on the door. It was Yi Quan. Putting the book back on the shelf, Pei Ziyun opened the door. Yi Quan's hair was messy, and he held a scroll in his hands. His eyes were red, as if he had not slept well the night before. Entering the room, Yi Quan immediately asked about the meaning of the scripture. These days, he had interacted with these few elementary scholars. They all had mixed feelings towards Pei Ziyun. According to Pei Ziyun, they were filled with jealousy and hatred. Jealousy and hatred were the majority of people. Only a few people could suppress their jealousy and hatred and seek guidance from Pei Ziyun. Yi was already 32 years old, and yet he frequently sought guidance from Pei Ziyun. Even Pei Ziyun could not help but admire his attitude. Yi Quan forced a smile and said, "I have been thinking about this scripture for half the night, but I still couldn't figure it out. That's why I came to ask for your guidance." Pei Ziyun received the book and looked at the words written on it. He then pondered for some time before saying, "This sentence means that, in literature, one's innate talent is rare." As he spoke, he started to explain in detail. When Yi Quan heard this, he was enlightened and praised him. "Many thanks, Brother Pei. Words cannot express my gratitude." Inside the room, Pei Ziyun did not close the windows. It was raining, and the autumn wind was chilly. Pei Ziyun was brewing some tea, and they drank it together. Yi Quan understood the meaning of the scripture, and felt much better. He then said, "Tomorrow is the regional examinations, and I've been feeling uneasy. Luckily, I've met Brother Pei this year. You've answered many of my questions. I shall remember your kindness." Yi Quan said. His expression was a little gloomy. As he spoke, he seemed melancholic. Pei Ziyun was about to speak when he heard Yi Quan continue, "The last 2 examinations were not satisfactory. The reason why I'm here this year is because I still have a sliver of hope in my heart. If I try, who knows, I might pass." Pei Ziyun sighed as well. If he did not have the plum blossom, he did not know how long it would take for him to become a high scholar. The original owner of the body was a country bumpkin, and his talent was considered good. He only managed to become an elementary scholar at the age of 21, what more a high scholar. But with the plum blossom, he was able to steal other people's thoughts. This time, he was confident that he would be able to pass the regional examinations. Looking at the despondent and hopeful scholar before him, Pei Ziyun could only remain silent, unable to speak. The room was silent. Pei Ziyun then heard a knock on the door. He opened it and saw Yu Guang Mao and a few others looking for Pei Ziyun. As soon as they entered, they saw Yi Quan in the room, holding a book in his hands. The few of them knew that Yi Quan was here to ask about the scriptures. They then saw the few of them smiling as they walked in. "I was looking for Brother E to invite Brother Pei to queue up tomorrow, but I couldn't find him. Brother Wang said that Brother E must be upstairs asking about the scriptures." "Indeed, Brother E is here." Yu Guang Mao then said, "I wonder what you have to do in the queue tomorrow?" "Everyone, I'm the oldest here. Although I'm not good at literature, I have some experience in the examinations." Yi Quan stood up and bowed before saying, "For tomorrow's examination, we must bring something simple and clean. Remember to bring 2 more blankets. The weather is cold now, and there are no blankets in the examination room. We need to be careful. Bring a few more clothes as well. However, the blankets and clothes must be old, as the examiners will cut them open. There's no need to bring a brush and ink, there's plenty inside. Prepare some food. Although the meat buns inside are not bad, I can't stand eating them for 3 days straight. When Pei Ziyun heard this, he understood. I'm the only one who is taking the first round. Everyone else has already taken a few rounds. Even Yu Guang Mao is on his second round. That's why they're purposely saying this to me. They're here to repay me after listening to my scriptures. Pei Ziyun was secretly thankful. However, in his previous life, he had taken the examination before. He knew that the state examination was different from the capital examination. The examination would last for 3 days straight, and the officials would only prepare flatbread and clean water. If he only ate flatbread for 3 days straight, he would definitely get bored. If he wanted to eat something, he could prepare it himself. However, if he ate something bad, he would have to be responsible for it. Yi Quan did not know that Pei Ziyun had experience with this, and was still earnestly explaining the taboos and precautions of the state examination. With these preparations, the state examination would be more stable. These elementary scholars are really united. The mistress of the cloud smiled as she looked at the images on a water mirror. Tomorrow was the state examination. As Mistress Cloud looked at the elementary scholars, she had a rough idea of who they were. Among these elementary scholars, Pei Ziyun's literary talent was the highest, followed by Yu Guang Mao and Yi Quan. The others might have a chance, but the state examination was 70% human and 30% God. It all depends on your luck, Mistress Cloud thought to herself. The next day the sky was cold and the rain was drizzling. The sky had not yet brightened, but the small courtyard was already brightly lit. All the elementary scholars had woken up and were preparing for the state examination. Fu Mansion was not far from the examination hall, and could be seen from the opposite side of the street. Outside the examination hall, a large canopy had been erected to block out the rain. The torches were lit in a brazier, illuminating the place. Several armed guards stood guard in front of the steps. The state government's bailiffs and soldiers had been mobilized to seal off the roads near the examination hall. Wooden planks were used to separate the roads, preventing peddlers, soldiers and random people from getting close to the examination hall. Neat rows of soldiers dressed in straw raincoats and wielding long spears stood guard at the entrance of the examination hall. From time to time, there would be cavalry patrolling the perimeter of the examination hall. This was to prevent cheating and to protect the candidate. Pei Ziyun woke up and lit up the lamp. The windows were already closed, and he changed into the green robes that were in his bag. He then took out his handkerchief and put it on. He then used all the things that he had prepared yesterday and walked towards the examination venue according to the notice given to him when he had registered. Yi Quan and the rest gathered together and set off. As he neared the examination hall, Pei Ziyun heard the sound of hooves. A group of cavalrymen galloped past him. These cavalrymen were all dressed in straw raincoats and wielded long swords. The rain continued to fall, dripping onto their raincoats. Although these cavalrymen were not wearing armor, they all carried a murderous aura. As they passed by, the scholars who were chatting on the street all quieted down. Only the sound of hooves and rain hitting on umbrellas and straw raincoats could be heard. The Su dynasty is newly established and has a strong military presence. They also place a lot of importance on literary matters. Pei Ziyun looked at these cavalrymen and thought back to his previous world, where they used machine guns to supervise the examination hall. He could not help but laugh. In a few years or even a decade, even the provincial examinations will not be as grand as this. Examinations hall. The prefect, who was in charge of the regional examination, as well as the chief examiner, who was dressed in bright red official robes, sat on a tall building in the examination venue, looking down from above. Torches were lit in the surroundings, and there were quite a number of officials at the side, all of them wielding long sabers, guarding the officials. Slightly further away, there were soldiers holding long swords in their hands and wearing straw raincoats. They stood under the rain, surrounded by a platform that was specially used to light torches. The light from the torches shone on these soldiers, and the eyes of these soldiers flickered with a murderous aura. In front of these officials, there was a table with tea and some dried fruits on it. At this moment they did not speak, but quietly looked down at the elementary scholars who were holding umbrellas and entering the examination hall. In front of the shed, there were different entrances. Each prefecture was located in a different area. Pei Ziyun, Yu Guangmao and Yi were all elementary scholars of Dong'an Prefecture. At the entrance of the shed, there were several scribes and an official checking the elementary scholars who were entering. An elementary scholar entered and reported his name. The official looked at him and shouted, "Why do you look different from the portrait? You have a mole between your eyebrows." The elementary scholar was speechless. The official then waved his hand. "Take him away and verify his identity. Those who have scholarly honors shall be removed immediately." Immediately, several bailiffs rushed forward, grabbing one of the elementary scholar's hands and dragging him away. The elementary scholar then reacted and shouted, "Your Excellency, I won't do it again. I won't do it again. Please let me go." Screams rang out one after the other, as the elementary scholars all stood in awe. Under such an atmosphere, Pei Ziyun entered the tent. There was a torch burning in front of him, illuminating the entrance as if it was daytime. There were a few large tables set up, and a few armored soldiers stood by the side, with a feather in their hair. At this point, Yi Quan approached. "It's the Imperial Guards. They are soldiers sent by the Imperial Court to supervise the examination. Do not offend them. If you do, it will be seen as cheating and your scholarly honors will be removed." The bailiffs poured out all the things that the elementary scholars had brought out and scattered them on the table. The brushes, inkstones, and inkstones were all checked. The brushes had to be opened to check if there was anything hidden inside. After they were done, they had to be thrown into the basket. Apart from food and clothing, they were not allowed to bring anything else. These bailiffs were like bandits. They searched the elementary scholars' belongings and chopped them up. Finally, they threw them into the basket and mixed them together. All the elementary scholars had to untie their robes and strip down to their undergarments. They allowed the bailiffs to check their clothes and shoes before returning them. Fortunately, there were torches and the clothes were bright red from the heat. They were not cold, but it was a disgrace to them. Pei Ziyun suddenly had a thought. In my previous world, when I read novels, there were women who would dress up as men and enter the examination hall. This kind of examination is done under the watchful eyes of everyone. Only women can enter if they have the aura of cerebral palsy. Chapter 46. When it was almost Pei Ziyun's turn, the elementary scholar in front of him had stripped down to his undergarments. Under the light of the lantern, there were words written on it. The bailiff came over and took a look. An official then ordered, "Take him away." 2 bailiffs dragged the crying elementary scholar away. No one knew where he was being held. The official then shouted, "Listen up, those who have not entered the examination grounds, throw away your paper. If not, you will be charged with cheating. You will be punished with flogging and your elementary scholar status will be stripped." After 2 consecutive cases, some of the elementary scholars looked at each other and secretly threw away their paper balls. The officials did not check the paper balls outside the examination grounds. Pei Ziyun successfully entered the examination grounds. The examiner verified his identity before a soldier led Pei Ziyun to the examination grounds. It was a row of thatched huts built with green brick. The roof was covered with straw, and it looked very rough. Pei Ziyun entered his seat facing the room. There was only a table, a chair and a bed. On the bed there was a mat. There wasn't even a blanket. However, there was a brazier, charcoal and flint. Every room was guarded by soldiers. At the end of the row of thatched huts was a toilet. Pei Ziyun's luck was pretty good, as he was quite far away from it. The examination would only begin in the afternoon. In the morning, everyone would be arranged to enter the examination grounds. Everyone had to be checked one by one. Although they were separated by residence, it would still take an entire morning. If they were hungry, there would be soldiers handing out biscuits and water. After Pei Ziyun entered the examination grounds, he started to work in an orderly manner. First, he cleaned up the cobwebs and dust in the room. Next, he laid out everything one by one. He placed the blankets on the mat and covered it with layers of blanket. He then thought to himself, on such a rainy day, if I didn't bring a blanket, the chances of a tragedy would be much higher. If I slept, I would catch a cold. If I didn't sleep, I wouldn't be able to take the examination. This is my experience. There was a brazier, charcoal, and flint. However, there weren't many of them, and he couldn't waste them. He could only use them when he was hungry. If he ran out of them, he would have to eat cold food every day. Since he had just entered the examination grounds, the food he brought was still warm. Hence, Pei Ziyun took out some salted eggs, biscuits, and some meat. This was also a must. The meat could be brought, but it had to be eaten on the first day. If not, it would spoil and he would suffer from diarrhea. After eating, he closed his eyes to rest. Just after noon, the sound of a cannon could be heard, signaling the start of the state examination. The examiners handed out the examination papers. When he received the examination paper, he took a look at it and felt that it was as white as snow. In his previous life, it wouldn't have been considered much. But in this era, it was considered a top-grade paper. The provincial trial paper is so exquisite. The imperial court must have attached great importance to it. After the examination papers were distributed, a scribe distributed brushes, ink, paper, and ink stones. There were many brushes on the rack, and they could choose as they pleased. There was also an examiner reading out the examination questions. Just like the last time, Pei Ziyun checked the script against the examiner's voice to see if there were any mistakes or omissions. After confirming that there were no mistakes, he began to look at the examination questions. In the first volume, there were still the formality of the sutra and ink-style scriptures, but the proportion was very small. There were 7 questions after that. 5 of them were classic questions. The first one was breaking the rules. Pei Ziyun heaved a sigh of relief as he flipped to the next 3 questions and looked at them. Yu Tang is outwardly heavy but inwardly light, while Guan Lu is outwardly light but inwardly heavy. Fang Liang does not have the heart of Xin Shang but uses his techniques. Mo Sherdang uses Xin Shang but uses his name. Li Du requests the Prime Minister to summon all the talents and advisors from all over the world to discuss the matter in a private room. The first question is about Fanzhen, the second is about the reforms, and the third is about the talent. The great Su dynasty is beginning to show its determination to govern the world. There are 7 questions in a row, and each one is a long essay. It takes a total of 3 days and 2 nights. This is extremely taxing on one's mental and physical strength. In the regional examinations, one's stamina and health are essential. Therefore, it is very important to plan accordingly. Most of the bookworms who only know how to study would not be able to last 3 days and 2 nights. It was drizzling outside the door. Other than the footsteps of the patrolling guards, there was only the sound of the brush writing. The grand scholars entering this examination hall would be like fish in water. Pei Ziyun took one look and knew what to do. He then picked up the inkstone and started grinding the ink. Grinding the ink required patience. Grinding the ink gently without adding any force. This way, the ink produced would be exquisite and the words written would be strong. The inkstone provided by the officials in the regional examinations was considered to be of average quality. After grinding it carefully, he dipped the brush into the ink and picked up a piece of xian paper to write. Even if he was a grand scholar, he would not be so careless as to write directly on the first volume. Instead, he would write on a rough draft. After he finished writing, he looked at the first question, not following the rules. This question comes from Mencius. Li Lu 1. Mencius said, Li Lu's brilliance, Gong Shu Zi's cleverness. Without following the rules, one would not be able to achieve success. Pei Ziyun had inherited the knowledge of Han Lin Academy. With one look, he could tell. It means that the ruler should follow the rules and regulations of the sage king to govern the country. Pei Ziyun picked up the brush and dipped it into the ink. After thinking for a while, he picked up the brush and started writing. After he finished the first sentence, he continued writing. Not following the rules and regulations, but relying on cleverness and cleverness. This sentence was already the answer to the question. Man's rules and regulations must not be followed. Must not be followed, but why not? Why must one rely on cleverness and cleverness? This sentence was already the answer to the question. I have heard of the ancient nobleman that there is no need to follow the rules and regulations. There is no need to follow the rules and regulations. There is no need to follow the rules and regulations, but there is no need to follow the rules and regulations. It can only be shown through the rules and regulations, but it cannot be made clear. Gong Shu Zi can only be defeated by the rules and regulations, and cannot be defeated by cleverness. Then the rules and regulations must be followed. Without following the rules and regulations, how can one achieve success? The torrential essay was finished in one stroke, but when he stopped, he felt that he had used up a lot of energy. Although it was done in one stroke, it was still very tiring. The ink on the paper needed to be left to dry for a while. In this rainy weather, it would take even longer. Pei Ziyun placed the manuscript aside and closed his eyes to rest. He drank some sugar water. He looked at the second question, achieving the scholar's knowledge of tools, obtaining the word literature. This question was very insidious. The first half of the question was hidden. The original sentence should be scholar's knowledge of tools, then literature. If one did not know the whole sentence, it would be very easy to not understand the question. A scholar must first have the knowledge of tools before he can talk about literature and art. A scholar must have the knowledge of tools before he can talk about literature and art. What he needed to pay attention to here was that he had to write down the keywords used in the topic. This was just a small trick. Pei Ziyun finished his draft in one stroke as well. After finishing his draft, he placed it on the mat to dry. At this point, he finally felt exhausted. Looking around, it was already dusk, and the rain was still falling. The soldiers were wearing straw raincoats, carrying a pole. On one side there were meat pancakes, and on the other side there was a bowl of porridge. They were distributing it to the elementary scholars. Pei Ziyun took the pancakes and porridge. They were still warm in his hands, and he ate them. It was a rainy day today, and the sky was dark. It was getting darker than usual. Some soldiers had lit torches to brighten the sky. At this point, many of the elementary scholars were scratching their heads, racking their brains, trying their best to write. Some elementary scholars could not write, and raised their heads to look at the straw covering of their seat. They were in a daze. Some of them were bawling their eyes out and were scolded. If you make another sound, you will be disqualified. The examination hall was filled with all sorts of emotions. It was said that in the past few examinations, there were elementary scholars who went crazy in the examination hall and were dragged out. Some of the newly promoted elementary scholars, who were taking the examination for the first time, did not feel anything. But after sitting for the entire afternoon, when dusk fell, they felt like they were on the verge of collapsing. Time to finish the third question in one go. Although there were torches outside, it was quite a distance away from the door, and the room was still dark. Hence, a candle was lit. Experienced people knew that the first day was the time to recharge and recharge. Hence, they could write more questions. However, on the second or third day they might not be able to hold on. But even so, 3 questions for today was the limit. If he continued, he would be looking for trouble. He immediately meditated and started writing the 3rd question. The night gradually deepened, and the examination hall was brightly lit. As night approached, the soldiers changed. The chief examiners hadn't rested yet. The chief examiner, Hu Yingzhen, was patrolling the examination room with his guards and local government runners. There were also several examiners wearing straw raincoats, following behind them and patrolling around. The 3rd question is done. Pei Ziyun lit the stove in the examination hall and placed it under his feet. As the night grew darker, he placed the manuscript on the table and used a paperweight to keep it from being blown away by the wind and missing the examination. At this point, the pancake on the stove was hot, and the water was warm. There were candles everywhere in the examination hall. Pei Ziyun ate slowly. He could have some cold food for lunch, but if he were to eat cold food now, he would be looking for trouble. He drank a mouthful of warm sugar water and looked at the chief examiner, Hu Yingzhen, with his hands behind his back, walking slowly in front of him with a group of officials. Pei Ziyun was too young, and was stared at a few times. Pei Ziyun remained calm and pretended not to see anything. He continued to eat and thought to himself, even though I inherited the Hanlin Academy, I only managed to complete 3 questions on the first day. There are still 4 questions to go. It can only be said that I have some spare time. Ordinary elementary scholars who can complete all the homework are already very nervous. The examiner patrolled the examination hall once, and Pei Ziyun finished eating. Seeing that the draft was all dry, he folded it and placed it in the bookcase in the corner of the bed. He blew out the candles and lay on the bed. Fortunately, he had brought a blanket with him. He crawled under the blanket and covered his body with his clothes. Suddenly, he felt warm. Without any hesitation, he fell asleep. At night, Hu Yingzhen patrolled the examination hall for the 2nd time. The sound of the wind could be heard, and torches were lit everywhere. Some of the students in the examination hall were already lying on their beds, while others were still busy writing. The atmosphere in the examination hall was still tense. Although most of the students knew that they had to rest for the examination the next day, they were still tossing and turning restlessly, causing their beds to creak. It was not allowed to speak freely in the examination hall. Hu Yingzhen only laughed. These students are too young. One of the examiners replied in a low voice, "Yes, Your Excellency, they have no experience." The conversation ended there. They passed by another examination hall, and saw that someone was really asleep inside. When they got closer, they saw that there was a paperweight on top of a piece of white paper. There was a young man lying on the bed, with a thin blanket on top of him. There were also some clothes on top of him. This young man is well prepared, perhaps he is not bad. This thought flashed past Hu Yingzhen's mind as she continued patrolling the examination hall. Chapter 47. The next day when he woke up, it was still raining. Pei Ziyun got up and went to the toilet with the help of the officials. He then returned to his room and lit a fire. There was hot water, pancakes and salted eggs. Meat pancakes, hot water and a bite of the oily yolk. Pei Ziyun felt very comfortable. This is the blood of the old examinees. Sleep well, eat well, and don't eat cold food. After Pei Ziyun finished eating, he opened the paper and read the questions again. He saw the last 2 questions. Although the importance of the first question was gradually reduced, in order to get a good ranking, he still had to answer them perfectly. Let's write. Pei Ziyun started writing. The remaining 2 questions were finished in the morning. At noon, Pei Ziyun continued to eat hot food and soaked the sliced ginseng in water. This was also the experience of the old examinees. After writing 5 questions, it would be a lie to say that he was not tired. Yutang is outwardly heavy but inwardly light. Guan Lu is outwardly light but inwardly heavy. Each has its own merit. Fang Liang does not have the heart of Xin Shang but uses his skills. Mo Dang uses the reality of Xin Shang but does not use his name. Li Du, the Prime Minister, has invited talents and advisors from all over the world to discuss in a private room. On Fanjin, on the reform, on the talents. It can be said that the first 5 questions were written according to Zhang Zhigong's thinking. At most, it would be about 5 to 6 points of Zhang Zhigong's standard. Although these 5 to 6 points are more than enough for a high scholar like him to take the high scholar examination, it's still a little lacking. But the ancients will always be the ancients. How can their knowledge compare to modern politics? For these 3 questions, as long as I control my writing and don't offend anyone, I can write even better than Zhang Zhigong. Thinking up to this point, Pei Ziyun began to answer the questions. His pen started to write fluently, and it could be said that he had written everything in one go. Pei Ziyun nodded his head in satisfaction and continued to write. After finishing the 3 questions, it took him 4 hours. He looked around and saw that the other examinees were busy writing. It's done. I don't need the charcoal tomorrow. The same goes for the candles. But for now, let's move around. There's still some time before dinner. Pei Ziyun noticed that his legs and hands were stiff. He realized that he had been working on the questions for the entire day and had forgotten to get up and move around. Hence, he paced around the room slowly. When it was about time, he used up the charcoal. The warmth of the charcoal fire dispelled some of the humidity in the examination room, and even increased the temperature of the room. After finishing his dinner, Pei Ziyun lit a candle. Tonight's task is to polish it up. Check carefully to see if there were any mistakes in the entire paper. If there were no mistakes, it was time to polish up the paper and edit all the essays. No matter how great a deity was, it was impossible for him to write a single word without difficulty. By the time he finished editing the entire scroll, he had almost used up all the candles. Sleep. As soon as he laid down, he felt that the atmosphere in the examination hall had become much more tense. There were people tossing and turning all over the place. Just as he was about to fall asleep, there was a sudden commotion and he could faintly hear, "Someone has fainted. Don't make noise." A moment later, a soldier dragged an examinee out, causing all the other examinees to feel a chill down their spines. "This person is finished, he has to wait for another 3 years." Pei Ziyun closed his eyes and went to sleep. After a while, his mind went blank and he fell asleep. On the morning of the 3rd day, the sun shone brightly. However, this did not help matters. Yesterday there were still people who persisted. This morning, a few people were carried out. They were old, weak, or inexperienced. Pei Ziyun looked on coldly from the side, feeling a sense of sorrow in his heart. In the ancient times, the examinations could drive people crazy, because the difference between passing and not passing was too great. Check again to see if there are any mistakes or taboos. Pei Ziyun finished checking and saw that there were no mistakes. He then used the Guanghu script and copied the entire scroll. The examination would start in the afternoon, which was 5 in the afternoon. If the examinee had not finished writing, he would be given the time to light a candle. Once the candle had been lit, the examinee would be carried out. Pei Ziyun wrote all the way to the end of the scroll. He was extremely careful, and after every page was completed, he placed it aside to dry. It took him an hour before he was done. By the time he was done, it was already noon on the 3rd day. According to the rules, he could hand in his script now. He did not want to stay in this examination room any longer. Pei Ziyun knocked on the door and shouted, "Hand in my script." Hearing Pei Ziyun knock on the door and hand in his script, all the examinees looked at him fiercely. Pei Ziyun hurriedly packed his things into the examination box and walked out of the examination room. He felt exhausted. I've been practicing the 100 Beasts illustration for a long time, and have a good foundation. I can still hold on. But after 3 days of examination, I'm exhausted. Those weak elementary scholars are indeed difficult to pass. I've heard that it's not just the examination room. Some elementary scholars collapsed the moment they stepped out of their dormitories. They had to be carried to the medical hall for treatment. It's because they had used up too much of their energy. Pei Ziyun sighed in his heart. It's no wonder that so many people who study hard can only become elementary scholars, and not high scholars. These 3 days they can't speak, and can only sit and answer the questions. Their energy and mental energy are greatly depleted. When he reached the Dragon Gate, he saw that there were many people outside. The examinees' families, servants, coachmen, and so on. He did not speak and went straight back to Fu Mansion. Fu Mansion had long been prepared. Seeing that his husband had returned, someone shouted, "Serve the ginseng soup." Pei Ziyun drank a mouthful of it and felt more energetic. Someone shouted, "Take a shower." Pei Ziyun took off his clothes and took a shower. He then fed himself some meat porridge before climbing onto the bed and falling asleep. When he woke up, it was already the next morning. Pei Ziyun opened his eyes and felt extremely comfortable. He thought about the past 3 days and felt as though he had been dreaming. The entire building was silent. It was only until noon that he saw a tired Yu Guangmao. However, his complexion had already recovered. He smiled and said, "Brother Pei, you've passed the examinations, right?" Pei Ziyun smiled and did not speak. Yu Guangmao saw that Pei Ziyun was smiling and did not continue to pester him. He smiled and said, "Yesterday, after washing up and eating some food, I immediately laid down to rest. I'm still all right. Look, the entire building is so quiet. Everyone is still sleeping. It's not just this building. After the examinations, all the inns in the city are quiet. They are all resting in their own inns. The past 3 days have been extremely exhausting. That's still considered good. I've heard that a third of the elementary scholars have fallen ill with a fever. Some of the more serious ones even vomited and had diarrhea when they returned. For example, Brother E. Luckily, the Fu family was prepared." Pei Ziyun paused. However, thinking about the environment and the pressure of the examinations, as well as Yi Ji Quan's condition, he felt that it wasn't surprising at all. "Should we pay him a visit?" Pei Ziyun asked. No, he woke up in the morning and took some medicine. After drinking some porridge, he went back to sleep. He looks very tired. Let's wait for him to rest before we go. Yu Guangmao then said, "This examination, the autumn rain was very heavy. On the 3rd day there were already people carrying him out. It's been hard on the examination grounds. I shall not disturb you any further." He then cupped his hands and left. Soon, 2 days had passed. On the 3rd morning, Pei Ziyun had just woken up when he heard a knock on the door. It was Yu Guangmao. Yu Guangmao stepped forward and pulled Pei Ziyun aside. "Brother Pei, there's a literary conference today. We should go and relax. These 3 days have been tough on us." Pei Ziyun had been rather worried about the past 3 days. In the past, he didn't think much of it. However, the fact that they were not allowed to speak during the 3 days of the examinations and were only allowed to write essays was something that many people couldn't endure. With a plan in mind, Pei Ziyun smiled. "Brother E, I haven't changed yet. Please wait a moment." As he said this, he entered his room and changed his clothes in preparation for the literary conference. As he walked down the stairs, elementary scholar Li and the other 2 were already waiting downstairs for the 2 of them. Although they were in the same prefecture, the elementary scholar gathering wasn't held in the same place. The elementary scholars from the Prefecture of Peace had booked the entire Drunken Immortal Inn. When the few of them arrived at the Drunken Immortal Inn, they asked around and found out that a few wealthy elementary scholar young masters had booked the Drunken Immortal Inn. There were many tables set up for the banquet. The elementary scholars who were hosting the banquet were gathered in the middle. This scene reminded Pei Ziyun of his previous life. Banquets in the business world were the same. The host had to contribute money, manpower, and effort. It was all for networking. Although these elementary scholars were doing it for networking, it was also a good thing. Pei Ziyun picked up a plate of peanuts from the table and threw them into his mouth. He then took a big gulp of wine. Yu Guangmao had been here for the second time and had some acquaintances. After drinking, he went to look for his old friends. Pei Ziyun didn't mind and ate his wine in peace. He had gotten to know some people from the literary conference. As he was drinking, someone came over and invited him to drink. Pei Ziyun didn't want to drink at first, but there were so many people around. He had no choice but to drink. Ever since he came to this world, there were some disasters that he couldn't avoid. His heart was filled with melancholy, and he couldn't stop himself from drinking. The dishes at the Drunken Immortal Inn were not bad. Especially since it was autumn, there were crabs. The big crabs were just steamed and placed on the table. Pei Ziyun and the others drank and ate the big crabs. When the crabs were peeled open, the meat and crab roe were revealed. It was a delightful meal. Perhaps it was because they had been repressed for the past 3 days. They drank from noon till afternoon. Almost everyone was drunk. Helped the young masters to their rooms. This situation had been predicted long ago. The few inns around the Drunken Immortal Inn were booked, and the elementary scholars were accommodated. Pei Ziyun was a little drunk. He swayed a tael of silver and sent the waiter to explain the situation to the Fu mansion. He then told the waiter that he would be staying in the inn that night. As soon as he finished speaking, Pei Ziyun left and closed the door. At this point, the sky was pitch black. Unknowingly, the sky had turned dark. Inside, Pei Ziyun wasn't sleeping. He was leaning against the window and looking around. After some time, he smiled coldly. It's about time. Thinking this way, he took out his sword. The blade of the sword gleamed coldly. I participated in the literary conference and got drunk. Everyone knows this. Who would have thought that I would act so decisively and kill Li Wenjing without waiting for the results to be released? Killing Li Wenjing would be a huge blow to your henchman. When I've mastered my Dao arts, I'll send you to meet him. This is called a gentleman's revenge, from morning till night. Pei Ziyun had already made up his mind. Seeing that the sky was getting darker, and the rain was getting heavier, he jumped out of the window and ran towards the pier. At this point, the rain was heavy and there were very few people on the pier. I've found it, this is the boat. The last time Pei Ziyun left the pier, he had asked for the boat. At this point, he saw the captain of the boat preparing to set sail. Pei Ziyun looked around and saw that there was no one around. He then leapt onto the boat soundlessly. The boat moved slightly, but it was raining. The captain didn't seem to mind and shouted, "The boat is setting sail. Guests, we are returning to Ping and Prefecture tonight." Chapter 48. In the darkness of the night, the thick black clouds flashed, illuminating the surface of the river. A shadow jumped from the boat onto the shore, and was once again enveloped in darkness. The rain continued to pour down, and on both sides of the river were paddy fields. The paddy fields were golden and ready to be harvested. Pei Ziyun held his sword by the side of the paddy field. I've boarded the boat. Just like what he said, the speed of traveling downstream is twice the speed of traveling from the prefecture to the capital. Is this the ferry? There was a road here that led directly to Hodu town. Originally, the town was bustling with people, but at this time, everyone was asleep. Occasionally, there would be lights shining through the windows. The only troublesome thing was that during the night there would be dogs barking. Villages were like this. As long as one dog barked, all the other dogs in the village would bark along with it. The barking of the dogs would not stop. This was enough to scare the thieves, and the owners of the houses would wake up. Pei Zi-yun hid in the darkness. A cool breeze blew past, and the sound of crickets chirping could be heard. It was autumn, and the sound of the crickets sounded desolate. I remember there was a Taoist temple and a mansion not far from here. That must be Li Wenjing's residence. I've only heard of it in my previous life, I have to search for it. Following the stone path of the town, he saw a Taoist temple. Near the temple there was a huge mansion. Several pine trees surrounded it, and 2 lions were squatting on the step. Pei Zi-yun walked up and saw a plaque with the words, Li Mansion, written on it. Pei Zi-yun was overjoyed. Li Wenjing's house must be here. Just as Pei Zi-yun was about to climb over the wall, the plum blossom in front of his forehead flickered. His heart turned cold. Li Wenjing's mansion was protected by a Tao spell. This was going to be difficult. It's just that the new dynasty has just been established, and the imperial qi is strong. The net of laws is everywhere. Within the counties and provinces, other than those who are bestowed titles and some Tao spells, everything else is restricted. Although this is the peer, I've heard that Li Wenjing did not have many Tao spells in his previous life. It's impossible for him to have a Tao spell cast over the entire mansion. As Pei Zi-yun thought about this, he circled around Li Wenjing's mansion. Indeed, when he neared a spot, the plum blossom in front of his forehead did not light up. He wondered if Li Wenjing was in the residence. If he was, he could kill him, and Zhang Jieyu would lose an arm. As he entered the courtyard, he realized that it was a 3-way house. According to the laws of the Great Su dynasty, only high scholars could live in a 3-way house. This Li Wenjing was just a commoner. According to the laws of the Great Su dynasty, he should be beheaded. After entering the courtyard, Zhao Fu saw that there were some flowers and plants in the courtyard. There were some strange stones and a small pond. As he entered the courtyard, he saw an evil dog pouncing at him. He let out a cry and a sword light flashed as the tip of the sword pierced into the dog's head. With a twist, the dog fell to the ground, motionless. Pei Zi-yun hid the dog within a rock and walked towards the yard. He wasn't sure if it was because Li Wenjing wasn't around, but there were no guards patrolling the yard. He was overjoyed. As Pei Zi-yun walked forward, whenever there was a plum blossom, he would avoid it. The yard was quiet and there was no sound. It shouldn't be here. As he walked along the corridor, he suddenly heard a woman's laughter. It sounded like she was having fun. He walked forward, and as soon as he got close, he could smell the fragrance of women. There were osmanthus flowers, roses, and some rouge mixed together in the courtyard. However, the smell was very faint. As he got closer, he heard a man's voice. It sounded like he was flirting with a woman. His heart was filled with joy. The heavens were helping him. This Li Wenjing was destined to die. He was at home. He walked forward and poked a small hole in the window. Hot steam came out. There were many women inside. The autumn night was chilly, but there was a fire inside. Looking closely, the women inside were all wearing dresses. He didn't see any men. That was strange. Could it be that Li Wenjing wasn't here? Suddenly, he saw a woman trembling under her dress. A man came out from under her dress and pinned her to the ground. He whispered sweet nothings and pounced on her. All of a sudden, the room was filled with lust. The man wasn't satisfied. He grabbed a woman and pulled her up. Pei Zi-yun looked carefully. This man was indeed Li Wenjing. He had seen this man's portrait in his previous life. Was this another party? Pei Zi-yun laughed coldly. Although this man is intelligent, he isn't a heavenly cultivator. Even if he has some techniques, he needs time to use them. He's very fragile. Meeting him tonight is a heaven-sent opportunity. I can kill him with a single sword. Thinking this way, he waited for this man to finish his party. This kind of pleasure would consume a lot of the man's blood essence. Even if he had a few Tao arts could not create blood essence out of thin air. This lust was just a catalyst. Even if he used women, there was a limit. Going too far was as bad as not going far enough. Furthermore, the man would not have any energy left after the deed. Their voices filled the room. Some were bright, some were flirtatious. All of them were beauties. At this point, Li Wenjing felt uneasy. His eyes turned from lust to clarity. The Tao arts have not been activated. Where does this uneasiness come from? Li Wenjing stood up. The woman beneath him was still not satisfied. Seeing that the man was about to leave, she pulled him back. Li Wenjing was already naked, there was no place for her to grab onto. Li Wenjing was startled and walked away. The woman sat up as well, mumbling to herself. Li Wenjing ignored her and retrieved his sword from the wall. He walked to the corridor and looked around. He still did not notice anything out of the ordinary. Because of the party, there was a quarantine. He ran to the entrance of the inner courtyard and was about to shout for help. He had just turned a corner when he heard a "pew" sound. He felt a sharp pain in his heart. He looked down and saw a bloody sword sticking out of his chest. His vision turned black and he screamed in pain. "Hold him down!" Someone came out from behind and covered his mouth with a towel. Blood flowed out from Li Wenjing's body. After a few minutes, he stopped moving. He only twitched from time to time. It's just that simple to scheme against an unsuspecting person. He placed the man down on the floor and walked back the way he came. He walked out of the courtyard and found the stables. "Who's there?" Just as he was about to lead the horse away, a stable hand came out from the stables. He saw a man trying to lead the horse. Since it was a straightforward action, he did not call out a thief. He then asked, "Who's there?" Before he could finish his sentence, a pebble hit him in the face. He felt dizzy and fell to the ground. Pei Ziyun dragged the stable hand into the room and placed his hand on his sword. He was considering whether he should kill him. He hesitated for some time before letting go of the sword. This man did not see me clearly. I shall spare him. As he thought this, he led the horse out from the back door. When he reached the main road, he leaped onto the horse and shouted. The horse then galloped away. The few women in the room felt that something was strange. Their master was having a good time. Even if he had to go to the bathroom, he would have to return. Hence, they put on their clothes and searched for him. The moment they stepped out, they saw a pool of blood on the ground. The blood had already congealed. The woman screamed and fainted on the ground. The women at the back heard the scream. When they walked out, they saw a large pool of blood. They followed the blood and saw a naked man at the end of the corridor. There was a sword lying beside him. One of the brave women stepped forward and tried to take a breath. He was no longer breathing. His body was cold and filled with fear. She then shouted, "Help, help! Master has been killed! Master has been killed!" Night. The clouds and rain gradually dissipated and the moonlight shone down. The horse was galloping very quickly. It was indeed a good horse. After a night of galloping, the horse was panting heavily. Pei Ziyun looked up and saw a bright star hanging in the sky. From afar, he could see the walls of the city, galloping for 100 miles in the middle of the night. This horse is not bad. It must be worth at least 50 taels of silver, right? It's a pity, but I really can't bring you along. Pei Ziyun slowed down as he galloped along the river bank. He could hear the sound of water splashing. Pei Ziyun jumped off the horse and pulled out his sword to stab the horse. The tip of the sword pierced through the horse's heart. The horse did not die immediately. It hopped twice before jumping into the river. Its blood dyed the ground red as it was washed away by the river. He then took off his clothes. Although he was careful, his clothes were still stained with blood. It wasn't much though. He then threw the clothes into the river. Pei Ziyun looked at the city walls. If it was during a war, not only would there be people patrolling the area, the trees within 100 meters of the city would have to be cut down. Now that the world was at peace, there was no such rule. He looked at a spot and used the trees and buildings to climb up. He then entered the city. Quick, it's almost daybreak. At this point, the streets were deserted. There were no passers-by. The lanterns in the shops had long been extinguished. Pei Zi-yun did not walk on the main road. He turned around and headed towards the small alleyway. When he reached the inn, he headed towards the backyard of the inn. He then made his way to his room. He had left the window open when he came out last night. He then opened the window and entered his room. After an entire night of killing people, he was extremely tired. He threw his blanket aside and lay down on his bed. After a while, he fell into a deep sleep. Prefecture City, Tribute Courtyard. The room examiner had already finished reading the papers for the first round. According to the rules, the examiners were the first to read the papers. Firstly, if there were any typos, it would be a taboo and a violation of the rules of the examination. Those who reported their family background and information would be demoted. This was to prevent people from cheating. After all, the purpose of the examination was to cover up the mistakes in the examination. Yet, you still reported your own name. If you didn't demote them, who would they demote? How many have been demoted? Huingjin asked. This time, there were more than 3,000 papers. Due to violations of the rules, a total of 561 papers have been demoted. Someone reported. Such papers had been posted and not recorded. These elementary scholars don't know the importance of the prefecture examinations. There are so many mistakes and omissions. Someone said. The prefecture examinations are very stressful. Many newcomers can't avoid it. Even you and I don't have a flawless first round. One of the room examiners said. Have the main and secondary papers been completed? Huingjin asked. CEO, the 300 main papers and the 200 secondary papers have all been completed. One of the examiners said and heaved a sigh of relief. After the examination, the examiners would stay in the room all night to read the papers. It could be said that they had a heavy responsibility. The papers in their hands were related to the fate of every examinee. Not only that, these papers would also be sent to the Ministry of Rights. There were many people in the Ministry of Rights who were free. When they had nothing to do, they would check the papers. If they discovered that the papers were deviant, the examiners would be held accountable. Those who passed the examination would be stripped of their official titles and dismissed. The examiners were trembling with fear as they read the papers meticulously. Only now could they heave a sigh of relief. What happened next was no longer the responsibility of the ordinary examiners, but the room examiners. The room examiners read the remaining 500 papers again and recommended them to the CEO. This paper is brilliant. Compared to the other papers, it's not even on the same level. The room examiner took a sip of tea and picked up a copy of the main paper. After skimming through a few lines, he suddenly felt energized and started reading again. It's simple and elegant. It can be used as a model essay in the imperial examinations. There's a hint of Hanlin in it. That's strange. Not to mention elementary scholars, even ordinary high scholars wouldn't have such an aura. One must enter the Hanlin Academy and gradually develop such an aura. The room examiner read again and felt that the style of writing was somewhat familiar. This must be highly recommended. As he said this, he drew a circle and wrote highly recommended. Chapter 49. Hodu Town, night, Li Mansion. The house was brightly lit. Servants were holding lanterns, and a dozen men were carrying weapons as they searched around the yard. Huban from the Holy Jail sect rushed over and quickly found the coachman who was knocked unconscious in the stables. He counted the horses and found that one was missing. The door to the backyard was also open. He searched and found the tracks of a horse. This thief killed the man, stole the horse and escaped. Huban was furious as he whipped the unconscious coachman. The coachman screamed out in pain as he rolled on the ground, clutching his left cheek, which was bleeding profusely. He then shouted, "Men, there's a robbery! Idiot!" Huban was enraged as he whipped the coachman. The coachman rolled on the ground in pain. After whipping him, Huban said coldly, "Aren't you going to inform the monastery?" "Yes." It was almost dawn, and the dew had yet to dry. The sun had just risen a little when a servant ran towards the monastery. The Lee mansion was very close to the monastery, and it only took a few minutes for them to arrive. A huge locust tree was planted in front of the monastery, and the path was paved with green stones. Grass grew from the gaps between the tree's branches. The monastery's door was painted red, and there were 2 large lanterns hanging on the door. There was a golden plaque above the door, which read, "Golden Rooster Monastery." The servant rushed up and knocked on the door with the brass ring on it. The brass ring on the door was used as a doorbell, and was made of copper. When someone knocked on it, the sound was very sharp, and could be heard from afar. A 12 or 13-year-old Taoist opened the door. His eyes were hazy, and his hair was a little messy. He yawned. "Who is it, knocking on the door so early in the morning?" "Not good, I'm from the Lee mansion. Master was killed by a thief today. This has to be reported to the authorities. Why are you here?" This young Taoist was only a servant, and didn't know much about such matters. However, he would occasionally see people from the Lee mansion, and knew that they were rich. They would often give out silver as gifts, and yet when something happened to the Lee mansion, they didn't report it to the authorities. Instead, they came to look for the monastery's master. That was weird. However, he didn't care, and decided to inform the authorities. He then entered the monastery. The monastery was very neat. There was a Taoist monarch in the main hall, and the walls were painted with colorful paintings. The Taoist child entered the inner temple and knocked on the door. A male voice asked, "Why are you here so early in the morning? What's the matter?" The little Taoist said, "Monastery master, it's like this. Something has happened to the Lee mansion at the foot of the mountain. I heard that the master of the Lee mansion was killed last night. He came to the monastery to ask you to take charge of the situation. Now he is at the door. Should I let him in?" "What? Master Lee has been killed?" The Taoist inside suddenly stood up. The little Taoist thought for a while. There were no other Lee residences in this town, only one. He heard that the owner of this house was called Lee Wenjing. He then said, "Monastery head, there shouldn't be any other big families in this town. Go call your 2 senior brothers. Tell them that I must go to the Lee residence immediately." As the Abbey Dean spoke to the little Taoist boy, a lady's voice was heard, "Su Lang, be careful when you go." It was said that the Taoist monastery was divided into the children's monastery and the forest monastery. The children's monastery was a Taoist monastery that was privately owned by the Taoist family. The forest monastery was a Taoist monastery that did not marry. This monastery was the children's monastery. Naturally, there would be marriages. The little Taoist boy could tell that it was the voice of his master's wife. His master had instructed him to turn around and leave. Without hesitation, he went to call his 2 senior brothers. The Abbey Dean's face darkened as he looked up at the pitch-black sky. This Taoist monastery was one of the Holy Jail sect's monasteries. Lee Wenjing was an outer sect disciple and did not live here. He had his own mansion in the town. Although Zhang Jieyu felt that since he had cultivated Tao arts, the chances of him passing the high scholar exam were not high, it was not impossible. Hence, he decided to give it a try. Hence, he brought a few people with him to the prefecture. When he was free, Lee Wenjing returned to the Lee mansion in the county capital. He did not expect to be killed the moment he returned. The little Taoist boy was still young and did not know about the Holy Jail sect. Hence, the Abbey Dean did not bring him along. The 3 Taoists followed the servant with their weapons and a long sword. When they entered the Lee mansion, The few Taoists entered the inner courtyard amidst the sounds of crying. A few young married women were dressed in white. They were crying, but their eyes were filled with seduction. When the Taoist saw them, he felt his heart warm up. Li Wenjing's house had a restrictive spell, and Li Wenjing knew some Tao arts. As long as there was danger, he would be able to send a message. He would not be killed so easily. Who would have thought that he would die so easily? As he walked up to ask, a young married woman pointed at the bed. The Taoist looked at the person on the bed. The Taoist looked at his junior brother, whom he had joked with the day before. His eyes were filled with fear and anger. His lips were slightly parted, as if he was still talking before he died. It was indeed Li Wenjing. The corpse was covered with a blanket. The Taoist's face darkened. He lifted the blanket to take a look. There was a sword wound that had pierced through his heart. After careful examination, there were no other wounds. He was killed by a highly skilled martial artist. A sword pierced through his heart. The sword wound was small and deep, clean and neat. The Abbé Dean's eyes were dark and gloomy. He spoke sternly, "Go and check if the restrictive spells in the lower courtyard have been broken. What's the situation?" "Yes." The three disciples acknowledged. The Taoist's face was cold and stern, as if a layer of frost had formed over it. He then asked his wife, "Wife, tell me what happened one more time." The wife's face turned red as she picked out the details of the incident. The Taoist then understood. "So it turns out that my junior brother was having an open meeting and had sent the guards and servants out of the outer courtyard. He was killed the moment he stepped out." The Taoist was somewhat suspicious and asked, "Wife, where was my junior brother killed?" The young married woman then stood up and led the Taoist to a corridor. All they could see were spots of blood. As they walked forward, they saw a large pool of blood, which had coagulated into a bloody scab. The Taoist checked the blood stains and called the servants over. He questioned them one by one, but none of them saw anything. Only the coachman saw a blurry shadow and called him over to question him. The coachman's entire body was covered with whip marks. He knelt down on the ground. "Abbé Dean, it was very late at night. I heard a sound and saw a blurry shadow. I don't know what flew over and knocked him out. One of the horses was taken away as well. He was knocked out, but his life wasn't in danger. Not only was he a highly skilled martial artist, he wasn't an evil person." The Taoist thought to himself. At this point, the person who had been sent out to check on the restrictive spells had returned to report, "Master, the restrictive spells in the courtyard were not damaged. It seems like someone who was proficient in Tao arts and sword techniques had infiltrated the courtyard and harmed Senior Uncle Li." The Taoist paced back and forth, hesitating. It was possible that there were spies. Although junior brother Li was only an outer sect disciple, he had always been a strategist. He was always in charge of the affairs of the county. In fact, he was even more important than most of the inner sect disciples. Now that he's dead, the affairs of the county will be affected. Looks like the next time I go to the underworld, I shall investigate the whereabouts of junior brother Li's soul and find out who killed him. The Taoist gritted his teeth and made a decision, but the yin and yang are separated, and the city god is in charge of this place. I have to pay the price. He then entered the room and ordered everyone, "All of you retreat." Once everyone had retreated, he looked at Li Wenjing who was lying on the bed. "Junior brother Li, you and I entered the sect together. It's just that I was diligent in my cultivation of Tao art. You were good at managing the affairs of the county, and had great intelligence. You supported young Master Zhang, and had power and authority. However, you were rusty in your Tao arts, and failed to open the gates of heaven. Hence you were killed by someone." He then sighed, "If I don't open the gates of heaven, I won't be able to become a ghost. I'm just a mortal soul." Hearing these words, the Taoist's two disciples who were standing behind the Taoist couldn't help but feel a little sad. The Taoist then stopped and said, "Stand guard for me. I'll make a trip to the underworld and find out who killed your senior Uncle Li." "Yes," the two young Taoists replied, as they wielded their swords and stood guard around him. The Taoist then retrieved 3 incense sticks and lit them up. He then inserted them into an incense burner, causing smoke to rise up. The Taoist then placed the incense on Li Wenjing's body before he closed his eyes and sat down. Moments later, a bright light appeared above the Taoist's head, before disappearing without a trace. "Master has left his body." The two young Taoists had looks of envy on their faces. This was a ghost immortal. Heaven and earth, their entire place, looked gray and hazy, as countless amounts of gray and black smoke sank into the ground. At this point, a bright light appeared as it protected the Taoist. Smoke surrounded the entire place. "The Yin wind is here." As soon as he arrived, the Yin wind blew onto the Taoist's body. There was a Yin mountain in the distance, and several human skeletons could be seen walking about. From time to time, monsters would appear and devour these skeletons. These monsters didn't dare to approach the Taoist, and only watched from afar, as if they were afraid of him. On this piece of land, spiritual lights could be seen descending from the sky. These were spots of white light, and when they landed on the ground, a transformation would occur. The number of incense sticks descending, forming a small paradise. These must be the ancestral temple in the underworld. However, these weren't the right places to go. He could see a faint scent of incense leading the way. It was the God-seeking incense that he had just lit. It was leading the Taoist forward. As he walked, he saw a city. He could see a white light rising up from the ground, and there were even bailiffs patrolling the area. The Taoist stopped in his tracks. "AI, the souls of ordinary people are scattered all over the underworld. Who knows, nobody would care about them. Looks like Junior Brother Li's soul has entered the city with the emissary of hell, and is now under the jurisdiction of the city god. Ordinary people would think that when a person dies, he would enter the underworld. However, that wasn't the case. First, the person would be sent to the city god, who would then decide whether to keep or punish him. Either he would be sent to hell, or he would be sent back to his hometown to receive incense from the ancestral temple, or he would be arranged to live in the city. This place was close to the county city, and since the god seeking incense was pointing towards the city, it must be him. He then turned into a ray of light and arrived at the city gate. Someone shouted, "Audacious Taoist, this is the jurisdiction of the city god. Do not trespass." Standing in front of the Taoist was a man dressed in the uniform of a bailiff. Behind him were 2 soldiers. The Taoist bowed slightly and threw out a token. The bailiff received it and looked at it. "So you have the token to enter the city. Please enter." The Taoist then entered the city. All Taoist sects have relations with the underworld. My holy jail sect naturally has one as well. The Taoist didn't even look at the city. It wasn't that he was looking down on them, but rather, he was looking at them with respect. In this world, the county city god Earl and the county city god Marquis were not to be underestimated. The Taoist entered a residence. This residence was dark gray in color, and was rather spacious. There was a fire burning at the entrance, and it caused one's hair to stand on end. At this point, a man dressed in official robes walked out and smiled. "So it's a Taoist friend from Holy Jail Sect. Please come in. I love good food and I love wine. Since you're here, why don't you drink a few cups?" The official laughed as his body glowed with a white light. He led the way and saw a tea table in the middle of the hall. At this point, he waved his hand and a cup of wine appeared in front of him. Chapter 50. This Taoist understands. The Taoist replied, Holy Jail sect was on good terms with this Taoist when he was alive. This Taoist was an official from the previous dynasty. Because he had done good deeds for the people and was an official, he was recruited by the city god and became a judge. I wonder what brings you here today, fellow Taoist? The underworld judge's eyes flickered with a bright light. My own spirit is here because my sect's disciple, Li Wenjing, was suddenly killed. I didn't dare to be meddlesome. I just want to know who the murderer was. The Taoist did not hide anything and replied directly. The judge nodded his head. So that's how it is. He then ordered, go and investigate. If there's anything, send it over immediately. Yes. A spirit constable replied. Before long, a spirit constable arrived. The sound of someone dragging chains could be heard from afar. A shadow appeared from within the fog and cried out, I died so tragically. The Taoist looked over and saw that it was indeed Li Wenjing. This ghost was wearing chains and was protected by a white glow. There was also a dark aura surrounding his body. Li Wenjing was being escorted by the spirit constable. When he saw the Taoist, he cried out, Senior brother, I was killed by a thief. My body is dead and my Tao is gone. Please avenge me. When Li Wenjing was alive, he had cultivated Tao art. Even after falling into the underworld, he still had a thread of spiritual light protecting his body. The Taoist was furious as he shouted, What are you crying for? If it weren't for the fact that you didn't cultivate diligently and didn't open the gates of heaven, you wouldn't have been killed so easily. After thinking for some time, he asked, Junior brother Li, do you know who killed you? Li Wenjing knelt on the ground and thought for some time before saying, Senior brother, I don't know who killed me. When I was alive, I didn't have the chance to retaliate. All I saw was a piece of clothing. Dead. I used my remaining Tao arts and used all my strength to look. All I could see was a clear light protecting that person. I couldn't see anything with my spiritual eye. Senior brother, save me. I died so tragically. I've suffered so much in this underworld. If you don't cultivate to become a ghost immortal, how can I save you? When the Taoist heard Li Wenjing's words, he was enraged. Indeed, a Taoist had attacked Holy Jail sect. He sighed. Since you are planning for the sect will not mistreat you. It's just that with the city god's divine might, there is not much we can do. Who asked you to not cultivate to become a ghost immortal? But at least you don't have to go to hell to serve your sentence. The sect will find some opportunities for you. As for how far you can go in the future, that will depend on your luck. If Li Wenjing did not atone for his sins, he would definitely go to hell and suffer. Only then did Li Wenjing realize that he had been lured to this place, and was no longer the same as when he was alive. He then cried out, Many thanks to sect for your kindness in pulling me out of the sea of bitterness. I hope that sect will avenge me. You're too useless. You haven't even seen the face of the person who killed you. How can you avenge your death? Go back, I'll investigate it myself. Li Wenjing thanked him profusely. The Taoist didn't say anything else and bowed to the judge. Thank you. Take him away. The judge waved his hands. Seeing that Li Wen was being taken away, although the judge was on good terms with the sect, he wasn't helping him for free. He took out a bottle of sweet nectar from his robes. There were many carvings on the bottle. The carvings were similar to earthworms, and glowed with a white light. The Taoist handed the bottle of sweet nectar over to the judge and smiled. Your Excellency, this is a bottle of sweet nectar produced by Holy Jail sect. It's very beneficial to the body. The judge didn't reject the offer and smiled as he received the bottle. It's indeed a sweet nectar produced by paradise. Not only is it beneficial to the body, it's also a rare brew. Li Wenjing needs to experience it. When the time comes, I will take care of him. Hearing the judge's words, the Taoist smiled. Many thanks. He then left. A ray of light followed the god seeking incense back into his body. He then opened his eyes and said, prepare some paper and brush for me. I need to report to young master. Something big has happened. A Taoist has interfered with holy jail sex matters. Prefecture City at noon, several elementary scholars came out of their rooms. Their eyes were red and their faces were pale. This was the after-effect of yesterday's drunkenness. At this point, Yu Guangmao and the rest had woken up. When they reached the ground floor, they realized that Pei Ziyun's room was closed. They knocked on the door. Quang quang, quang quang. Pei Ziyun hadn't slept the entire night, and was in a deep sleep. When he heard the knocking on the door, he woke up with a start. His head was throbbing with pain. He then heard Yu Guangmao's voice shouting from outside, "Brother Pei, you're awake. It's time to get up. Sleeping for too long will harm your body." After a hangover, it was easy to harm one's body. Among the elementary scholars, it was common practice for them to drink some soup before going to bed. When they woke up, they would drink some hot porridge to warm their stomach. When Pei Ziyun woke up, he felt that he had only slept for a short while. Furthermore, he had drunk so much wine last night. His body was extremely tired. He looked at the people in front of him and walked to the entrance of the inn. When he opened the door, he saw Yu Guangmao and the rest. These elementary scholars looked at Pei Ziyun. Because he had been running around the entire night, his face was pale and his eyes were red. They laughed and said, "Brother Pei, you drank quite a bit too." However, they didn't suspect anything. Most people would behave the same way when they drank too much. The few of them stayed in the inn and drank a bowl of porridge to warm their stomach. They then ate some side dishes before heading back to Fu Mansion. Yesterday, the waiter of the inn came to inform them of the situation. When he saw the elementary scholars returning, he instructed the kitchen to prepare hot water. These elementary scholars would definitely need to take a bath and change their clothes. As they entered the courtyard, they saw a little girl hugging a rabbit. She was surrounding a carrot in the courtyard. When she saw the few elementary scholars returning, she snorted. "These elementary scholars don't know what's good for them. I don't know where they are, but they came back drunk. What a disgrace." When the few elementary scholars heard what the little girl said, they couldn't help but blush. This little girl was wearing a red skirt and a green blouse. She had 2 buns wrapped around her waist and looked very cute. At this point, she was angry and her cheeks were puffed up, making one want to pinch her cheek. However, when the little girl saw the elementary scholars reeking of alcohol, she pinched her nose and hugged the rabbit before running away. Mistress Cloud was sitting cross-legged in her room. She lit a stick of incense and placed it on the table. The entire room was filled with the fragrance. At this point, a jade scepter on the dressing table started vibrating. Mistress Cloud was shocked and opened her eyes. She looked at the jade scepter. The jade scepter wouldn't react automatically. Something must have happened. Mistress Cloud pointed at the jade scepter. The jade rui emitted a wong sound and shone a white light onto the vanity mirror. The mirror shimmered and a few figures appeared. The elementary scholars have gone to fool around and drink. Mistress Cloud had the same thought as Luoli. She looked carefully at the figures on the mirror. This Yu Guangmao has a white and red aura around him. He must have become a high scholar. Come to think of it, it's been 5 days since the examinations ended. Although it hasn't been announced yet, the results of the examinations should be out by now. There should be a reaction there. It's just that this person was born rich and powerful, and isn't one of us. Mistress Cloud looked at the mirror before turning to look at Pei Ziyun. She was slightly taken aback. This person's killing aura is much stronger, and his baleful aura has increased as well. It's just that there's a white and red aura around him as well. It seems like there's more than this Yu Guangmao. Mistress Cloud was taken aback as she mumbled to herself, "This Pei Ziyun's literary skills are not bad. It seems like he will definitely become a high scholar. Furthermore, his ranking should be quite high. That's why there's a white aura around him. As long as it's announced, he will officially become a high scholar. Looks like I have to hurry up and recruit this Pei Ziyun into the sect. Prefecture City, High Monastery. Zhang Jieyu was a little depressed. He felt that he had done well in the state examination this time, but he had long since joined Taoism, and thus was restrained by the Dragon Qi. Even though the imperial court had Taoist officials, the Central Department of Records, which was under the jurisdiction of the Chamberlain of Honglu Temple, and the prefectures had Taoist officials. However, the Taoist officials of the Department of Records were only of the upper 6th rank, and the prefectural Taoist officials were only of the lower 9th rank. If I don't become a high scholar this time, I won't take the examinations either. Zhang Jieyu had thought it through. He had to cultivate and manage the outer sect disciples. The imperial examinations required a lifetime of studying and studying. He did not have the time to study and learn. If he didn't become an elementary scholar this time, he would remain an elementary scholar for the rest of his life. Just as he was deep in thought in his courtyard, someone came to report, "A Taoist has arrived from the prefecture. He says something big has happened." Zhang Jieyu's heart skipped a beat. He had a bad feeling about this. He then waved his hands, "Send the message." The Taoist walked in, his face was twitching. "Young master, Senior Uncle Li has been killed in his house. Master has entered the underworld to investigate. He says that it's highly likely that this was done by a Taoist." "What? Li Wenjing has been killed?" Zhang Jieyu's face fell as he looked at the Taoist with a puzzled expression. After some time, he regained his senses and shouted, Who did it?" Li Wenjing wasn't considered to be very talented in Tao arts. However, he had single-handedly managed the affairs of the sect in this prefecture and even the entire province. He was of great help to Zhang Jieyu and his sect. He was like a military advisor to the sect. Zhang Jieyu didn't expect to be killed today. The Taoist handed him a letter. It was written by the monastery leader of Golden Rooster Monastery. Zhang Jieyu took a look and read the letter. His face turned cold. Damn it. As soon as he finished speaking, he summoned his men. "Young master." After some time, a Taoist and a warrior appeared. Zhang Jieyu paced back and forth for several steps before saying, "Advisor Li Wenjing has been killed. It's highly likely that it was done by a Taoist. Go and investigate the Taoist who has been in conflict with Holy Jail sect recently. Investigate all the Taoists who have come to this province recently as well. No matter who killed my advisor, I will exact my revenge." "Yes." The two of them acknowledged and were about to leave when Zhang Jieyu's mind flashed. He then said, "Investigate the elementary scholar Pei Ziyun of Slow River County. I suspect that he is a pawn of the sect, and has something to do with Advisor Li's death." "Yes." The two of them acknowledged. Seeing that Zhang Jieyu had nothing else to say, they retreated. Fu Mansion. On the dressing mirror, a white talisman could be seen. It was glowing brightly as it spoke. "There's been some movement in the prefecture. I've investigated and found out that a disciple of Holy Jail sect has been killed. His name is Li Wenjing. At this point, Holy Jail sect is conducting a massive investigation to find out who the murderer is." When Mistress Cloud heard this, she was shocked. "What? Li Wenjing, who was always by Zhang Jieyu's side, is dead?" Although he wasn't an inner disciple of Holy Jail sect, he was intelligent and knew how to handle situations. He was very knowledgeable, and managed the affairs of Holy Jail sect. "I didn't want him to die just like that." Mistress Cloud was still in shock. Suddenly, she had a feeling. She pointed the dressing mirror at Pei Ziyun. Immediately, an image appeared on the mirror. Within the room, Pei Ziyun was sleeping soundly, and there was nothing out of the ordinary. She thought about it carefully. She had a sudden impulse, and there must be a reason behind it. Should she lead Pei Ziyun into the sect? At that point she hesitated and was at a loss. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.